Hi, welcome to English Hamster. Are you learning English? Great. Here we learn through stories. They are simple and interesting. You can improve English while learning knowledge. Remember to subscribe, like, and comment. Let's get started.
A long, long time ago, many years before your grandparents' were born, there were no cities in America. There were no roads, no cars, no farms, but the land was not empty. It was full of people. These people were the first Americans. We often call them Native Americans or American Indians. They were not one big group. Oh no, they were many, many different groups. Think of your school. You have many students, right? They all come from different families. They might like different foods or different games. It was the same with the first people. They had different names for their groups. We call these groups tribes. Each tribe had its own way of life. Some lived in houses made of wood. Some lived in tents made of animal skin. Some lived in houses made of clay. They spoke different languages, too. It was like how people today speak English or Spanish or Chinese. They could not always understand each other. But they all shared one thing: this land was their home. They knew the rivers and the mountains. They knew the animals and the plants. Their story is the first story of America, and it begins a very, very long time ago. So who were these first people? They were mothers and fathers, children and grandparents. They were hunters and farmers, artists and leaders. They were people just like you and me, living their lives in a beautiful and sometimes difficult world. They had stories for the stars in the sky. They had songs for the rain. They had games for the children. For thousands of years, their lives were the only lives on this big continent. Their history is the first chapter in our big story. So, how did the first people come to America? This is a very old mystery. Scientists have a good idea, a theory, about how it happened. A theory is like a smart guess based on things we find. This guess is called the Bering Land Bridge theory. A long, long time ago, the world was much colder. This was a time called the Ice Age. Because it was so cold, a lot of the water in the oceans became ice. When water becomes ice, the sea level goes down. Do you know what that means? It means the water is not so high anymore. And when the water is not high, land that was under water can appear. Between the places we now call Siberia in Asia and Alaska in America, there was a very wide piece of land. It was not covered by water. This was the Bering Land Bridge. It was not a small bridge you could walk across in a day. Oh no, it was huge, like a whole country. It was not icy all the time. It had grass and plants. Animals like woolly mammoths, very big elephants with long hair, and giant bison lived there. Where the animals went, the people followed. These early people were hunters. They needed food for their families, so they followed the animals across this land. They walked and walked and walked for many, many years. They did not know they were going to a new world. They were just following the animals, looking for a good life. Generation after generation, these families moved. A generation is like your parents, then you, then your children. Slowly, over thousands of years, they moved south and east. They walked all the way down into the lands we now call Canada, the United States, Mexico, and all of South America. They filled the whole continent. Then the world became warmer. The ice melted. The water in the oceans rose again. The big land bridge disappeared under the sea. The people in America were now cut off from Asia. They were alone in their new home. And for thousands of years, they built their lives and their cultures there, becoming the many, many tribes we know today. America is a very big place. It has many different kinds of land. In the north, it is very cold. In the south, it is warm. There are tall mountains, flat plains, hot deserts, and long coasts. The first people learned to live in all these places. Their lives were different because the land was different. They were very smart and used what they found around them. Let's start with the forest of the Northeast. Imagine tall trees everywhere. It is green and shady. Tribes like the Iroquois lived here. They built long houses from wood and tree bark. These houses were big enough for many families. What did they eat? The forests were like a big supermarket. Men hunted animals like deer and turkeys. Women grew plants like corn, beans, and squash. They called these three plants the Three Sisters because they grew well together. They also fished in the rivers and lakes. In the winter, it was cold and snowy, so they used animal skins to make warm clothes. Now let's go to the Great Plains. This land is very flat with a lot of grass. It seems to go on forever. The Sioux people lived here. Before horses came from Europe, they walked everywhere. They hunted very big animals called bison or buffalo. The buffalo was very important. It gave them everything. They ate the meat. They used the skin for clothes and for their houses, called tippies. Tippies were tents made from buffalo skins and wooden poles. They were easy to put up and take down. This was good because the people on the plains moved often to follow the buffalo herds. They used the bones for tools. Nothing from the buffalo was wasted. Next, we travel to the hot, dry deserts of the Southwest. It is a land of red rocks and little rain. The Navajo lived here. Life was hard because water was difficult to find, but they were clever farmers. They learned to grow corn, beans, and squash in the dry earth. They built their houses, called hogans, from wood and mud. Hogans were round and strong. They kept people cool in the hot summer and warm in the cold winter. The Navajo were also famous for their beautiful art. They made wonderful blankets and jewelry. Finally, we visit the coasts, like the Pacific Northwest. Here, the land meets the sea. The ocean was life for tribes like the Chinook. They did not need to farm because the ocean and rivers were full of food. They were great fishermen. They caught a lot of salmon. They built big boats from tall trees and went far into the ocean to hunt whales. They built very large houses from wooden planks. These houses had pictures of animals and spirits on them, and big families lived inside. They had a lot of food, so they had time to make beautiful art and have big parties called potlatches. So you see, the first people did not all live the same way. The land shaped their lives. They listened to the earth and learned its secrets. They used what nature gave them to make homes, find food, and build their cultures. They were the first Americans, and they knew how to live in this beautiful and sometimes difficult land. You know now that there were hundreds of different tribes. Each one was special. Today, we will learn about 4 famous tribes. Their names are Navajo, Iroquois, Cherokee, and Sioux. Their stories are strong and important. Many of their people are still here today, keeping their cultures alive. Let us start with the Navajo. They lived in the hot, dry Southwest. Their land was beautiful with red rocks and big skies. The Navajo call themselves Dene, which means the people. They were and are very clever with their hands. They are famous for their beautiful silver jewelry and strong, colorful blankets. They wove these blankets on big looms. They also made beautiful baskets. Their songs and stories were very important to them. They had special songs for healing sick people. They lived in hogans, which are round houses made of wood and earth. The door always faced east, towards the morning sun. The Navajo were strong people who learned to live in a difficult land. Now, let us go to the forests of the Northeast to meet the Iroquois. The Iroquois were not just one tribe. They were a group of 5 and later 6 tribes who decided to work together. This group was called the Iroquois Confederacy. It was like an early form of government. Their leaders met to talk about problems and make decisions for peace. This was a very smart idea. The Iroquois lived in longhouses. These were very long houses made from wood and bark. Sometimes 20 families lived in one longhouse. They were great farmers. They grew corn, beans, and squash. The women of the tribe owned the houses and the land. They also chose the leaders. The Iroquois were strong and powerful, and their ideas about government were very new for their time. Next, we travel to the green, wooded mountains of the southeast. This is the home of the Cherokee. The Cherokee were one of the largest tribes. They called themselves Aniunwia, the principal people. They were farmers who lived in villages near rivers. They grew the three sisters, corn, beans, and squash. The Cherokee had a very different way of writing. A brilliant man named Sequoyah saw how white people used talking leaves, their books. He thought his people should have this too. So, he invented a writing system for the Cherokee language. Soon, many Cherokee people could read and write. They wrote down their laws and their stories. They became a very modern tribe with their own newspaper and schools. Finally, we go to the huge, open plains to meet the Sioux. The Sioux are famous warriors and hunters. They are often shown in movies riding horses, but remember, horses came later. First, they walked. They hunted the great buffalo. The buffalo was their life. They followed the big herds across the plains. They lived in teepees, which were perfect for this life because they were easy to move. The Sioux were a proud people with strong spiritual beliefs. They believed that everything in nature had a spirit, the rocks, the wind, the animals. Their ceremonies were very important to them. One famous ceremony is the sun dance. It was a very special dance to thank the earth and to pray for their people. These four tribes show us how rich and different Native American life was. They had different homes, different arts, and different ways of living. But they all shared a deep love for their land and their people. Their history is a strong and important part of the American story. When we think of early America, we often think of small villages. But did you know there was once a very big city? It was not like our cities today with cars and tall buildings made of glass. This was a city of earth and wood. Its name was Cahokia. It was near the Mississippi River, in the place we now call Illinois. A long time ago, around the year 1000, this was the biggest city in all of North America. More than 10,000 people lived there. Some people think maybe 20,000. For its time, it was as important as London or Paris. What did this great city look like? The most amazing thing about Cahokia was its mounds. Mounds are very big hills made by people. They carried the earth in baskets to build them. The biggest one is called Monk's Mound. It is huge. It is as tall as a 10-story building. You can still see it today. On top of this big mound, the leader of the city lived in a big house. From there, he could look over the whole city. There were over 100 other mounds in Cahokia. Some were flat on top for important buildings. Some were round and were used for burying important people or for special ceremonies. So what was life like in Cahokia? The city was a busy and exciting place. It was a center for trade. People came from very far away to buy and sell things. They brought special stones, shells from the ocean, and beautiful feathers. In the big open areas, people played a special ball game. It was like a sport, but it was also a religious ceremony. The sounds of the city were the sounds of people talking, working, and laughing. Craftsmen made beautiful pots and stone tools. Farmers grew a lot of corn in the rich soil near the river. They stored the extra food in big pits. This meant the city had enough to eat, even in the winter. Why is Cahokia important? It shows us that Native American societies were very complex. They could build great things. They had leaders and organized workers. They had astronomers, people who studied the stars. In Cahokia, they built a circle of tall wooden posts. We call it woodhen. They used it like a calendar. They could tell when the seasons would change by watching the sun rise over different posts. This helped them know when to plant crops and when to have their ceremonies. But what happened to Cahokia? After about 200 years, the city began to get smaller. By the year 1350, it was mostly empty. Why did people leave? Historians are not completely sure. Maybe there were too many people and not enough food or trees. Maybe the weather changed or the river flooded too often. Maybe there was sickness. The people probably moved away to live in smaller villages. The great city became quiet, and the forest slowly grew over the mounds. The story of Cahokia is amazing. It reminds us that long before European cities were here, there was a great city right here in the heart of America. It was a place of big ideas, hard work, and a rich culture. The mounds are still there, standing quietly, telling us the story of a great people and their incredible city. For the first people of America, the world was full of life. It was not just a place to live, it was a living thing itself. They did not see themselves as owners of the land. Instead, they saw themselves as part of the land. This was a very different way of thinking. Their connection to the earth, the sky, the water, and all living things was at the center of their life. This connection shaped their beliefs, their stories, and their daily actions. They believed that everything had a spirit. This is called animism. It means that not only people and animals have spirits, but also plants, rocks, rivers, and even the wind. A big, old tree had a spirit. A flowing river had a spirit. A strong mountain had a spirit. Because of this, they treated the natural world with great respect. When a hunter killed a deer for food, he often said a prayer of thanks to the spirit of the deer. He thanked the animal for giving its life so his family could eat. They believed that if they were respectful, the spirits would help them. If they were not respectful, the spirits might be angry and bring bad luck, like no rain for the crops or no animals to hunt. The land was especially important. You could not own the land, just like you cannot own the air or the sunlight. The land was for everyone to use and care for. It was a gift from the Creator. A chief of the Duwamish tribe, Chief Seattle, once said something very beautiful many years later. He said, "The earth does not belong to us. We belong to the earth." This idea was common among many tribes. They took care of the land, and the land took care of them. They did not try to change the land too much. They lived with it, not against it. Their stories and ceremonies were all about this connection. They told stories about how the world was made. Often, these stories had animals in them as important characters, like a clever coyote or a powerful eagle. These stories taught children how to behave and how to respect nature. Their ceremonies were often to say thank you or to ask for help. Many tribes had a rain dance to ask for rain for their crops. They had a sun dance to thank the sun for its power. These were not just parties. They were very serious and spiritual events. This way of seeing the world affected everything they did. It decided where they built their villages, near a river but not too close, so the river spirit would not be angry during a flood. It decided how they hunted, never taking more animals than they needed. It decided how they farmed, planting different crops together so the soil stayed healthy. They were the world's first ecologists. They understood the balance of nature long before the word ecology existed. This deep respect for nature is a very important lesson from the first people. In our modern world, we sometimes forget that we are part of nature. We build big cities and pollute the air and water. The story of the first people reminds us to look at the world differently. It reminds us to see the spirit in a tall tree, to hear the song in a flowing river, and to remember that we belong to the earth, not the other way around. We have talked about different tribes and their different ways of life. But do you know one of the most amazing facts? Before 1492, the people in North America spoke more than 300 different languages. Just think about that for a moment. In your school, you might have friends who speak one or two other languages. But imagine a whole continent where hundreds of completely different languages were spoken. It shows us how many different groups of people lived here, each with their own rich and long history. Why were there so many languages? Well, think about how big America is. Tribes often lived far away from each other. There were no phones, no cars, no trains. People stayed mostly with their own group. Over thousands of years, the way they spoke changed slowly. It is like a game of telephone. You know, when you whisper a word to your friend and they whisper it to the next person. After many people, the word sounds different. Now, imagine this game going on for thousands of years. The languages became very, very different from each other. Two tribes living just a few hundred miles apart might not understand a single word the other said. These languages were not all the same type. They were as different from each other as English is from Chinese. Some languages had soft, flowing sounds. Others had strong, sharp clicks and stops. For example, the Cherokee language has its own special writing system, invented by Sequoyah. The languages in the Pacific Northwest often had very complex sounds that are difficult for outsiders to learn. This great variety of languages was a beautiful part of the culture of this land. How did people talk to tribes who spoke a different language? They found ways. Sometimes they used a common sign language. They used their hands and body to communicate simple ideas for trade. They might point to an animal's skin and then show their goods. It was a practical way to trade and share news. In other places, children from different tribes sometimes learned each other's languages if they lived near each other. But mostly, people stayed within their own language group. Your language was a big part of your identity. It connected you to your family, your tribe, and your ancestors. Today, many of these languages are in danger. After Europeans came, many Native Americans died from diseases and war. Their way of life changed. Children were often sent to schools where they were not allowed to speak their native language. They were forced to speak English. Because of this, many of the old languages were lost. People forgot how to speak them. But now, there is a new hope. Many tribes are working very hard to bring their languages back. Grandparents are teaching their grandchildren. Schools on reservations are having special language classes. They are using old books and recordings to learn the words and songs of their ancestors. They are saving this important part of their culture. So, the story of these 300 languages is a story of amazing variety. It shows a continent full of life and different ideas. It is also a story of loss, but also a story of hope and strength. Language is more than just words. It carries a people's history, their jokes, their stories, and their way of seeing the world. The first people of America had a beautiful treasure of words, and that treasure is slowly being rediscovered today. For a very long time, Europe and America did not know about each other. Life in the tribes of America continued as it had for thousands of years. But across the big Atlantic Ocean in Europe, people were starting to think about the world. They wanted to explore. They wanted to find new lands. But why? What made them get into small, dangerous ships and sail into the unknown? There were three big reasons: spices, gold, and new routes. First, let's talk about spices. Spices like pepper, cinnamon, and cloves were very popular in Europe. They made food taste better. In those days, there were no refrigerators. Salt and spices helped to keep food from going bad, but these spices did not grow in Europe. They came from faraway places in Asia, like India and China. The problem was, getting these spices was very difficult and expensive. They had to travel a long, long way overland on what was called the Silk Road. Many different groups controlled the roads and charged a lot of money for safe passage. This made the spices very, very expensive when they finally arrived in Europe. Kings and merchants thought there must be a cheaper way to get these spices. They dreamed of finding a sea route directly to Asia. Next, there was gold. Stories about gold and riches in faraway lands filled people's minds. Many people in Europe were poor. They heard stories about cities where the streets were paved with gold. They believed that in Asia there were kingdoms full of treasures. If they could find a way to these places, they could become very rich very fast. This dream of gold made many men willing to take big risks. Kings and queens were also interested. They needed money to pay for their armies and their palaces. If they could find new lands with gold, they could become more powerful than other countries. Finally, there was a problem with the old routes. The land route to Asia was long and dangerous. Then, in 1453, the city of Constantinople, which was a very important gateway to the east, fell to the Ottoman Empire. This made the land route even more difficult and expensive for Europeans. It was like a big roadblock, so they started to look for another way. They looked to the sea. Could they sail around Africa to get to Asia? The Portuguese were trying to do just that, sailing south along the coast of Africa. But a man from Italy named Christopher Columbus had a different idea. He thought, the earth is round. I can sail west across the Atlantic Ocean and I will reach Asia from the other side. It was a crazy and dangerous idea. Everyone thought the ocean was too big and that the ships would run out of food and water. But Columbus was determined. He asked the king and queen of Spain for money and ships. He promised them spices, gold, and new lands. So, because of the desire for spices, the dream of gold, and the need for a new route, the age of exploration began. This was a big change for the whole world. It connected two parts of the world that did not know about each other. It was the start of a new chapter in history, a chapter of meeting, of trade, but also of great sadness and conflict. The ships were getting ready to sail west. The year 1492 is a very famous date in history. This is the year Christopher Columbus sailed across the big blue ocean. For a long time, the story was simple. Columbus discovered America. But the true story is more complicated, and it is important to understand what really happened. First, remember, he did not discover a land that was empty. Millions of people were already living there. He arrived in a world that was old and rich with culture. Columbus convinced the king and queen of Spain, Ferdinand and Isabella, to give him 3 ships. Their names were the Niña, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria. The journey was long and very hard. The ships were small and the ocean was vast. His sailors were afraid. They feared sea monsters and that they would sail off the edge of the world. After many weeks with no sight of land, the crew was almost ready to turn back. Then, on October 12, 1492, a sailor on the Pinta saw something. He shouted, "Tierra, tierra," which means land, land, in Spanish. They had reached an island in what we now call the Bahamas. Columbus thought he had reached the East Indies, islands near Asia. This is why he called the people he met Indians. He met the native people of the island. They were the Taino people. The Taino were friendly and peaceful. They came to the beach to see these strange men with light skin and clothes made of cloth. The Taino themselves wore little clothing and had beautiful dark skin. They gave the Europeans gifts like parrots, cotton threads, and small pieces of gold. Columbus wrote in his journal that the Taino were strong, smart, and would make good servants. This was a very bad thought. He was already thinking about controlling them. Columbus did not find the rich cities of gold or the great spice markets he was looking for. He saw some small pieces of gold that the Taino wore as jewelry. This made him believe that there must be more gold somewhere. He took some Taino people with him on his ship. He wanted to take them back to Spain to show the king and queen. He wanted to prove that he had found a new place. This was very sad for the Taino people. They were taken from their homes and families. Columbus made 3 more trips across the ocean. He explored many more islands like Hispaniola, now Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and parts of Central and South America, but he never knew he was in a new world. He died still believing he had found a new route to Asia. The real story of Columbus is not just one of adventure. It is also a story of a big misunderstanding. His arrival began a huge change for the whole world. For Europe, it was the start of new wealth and power. For the native people of America, it was the beginning of a very difficult time, a time of loss, disease, and suffering. So, what really happened in 1492 was a meeting of 2 worlds, a meeting that changed history forever, but not in a simple or always happy way. After Columbus showed the way, many other Spanish explorers came to the Americas. They are called conquistadors, a Spanish word for conquerors. They came with soldiers, horses, and weapons. They were looking for one thing above all else: treasure. Their stories are full of adventure, but also of great cruelty. 3 of the most famous were Hernán Cortés, Francisco Pizarro, and Hernando de Soto. First, let's talk about Hernán Cortés. In 1519, he arrived in Mexico. He heard stories about a very rich empire in the mountains, the Aztec Empire. The Aztec capital, Tenochtitlan, was a beautiful city built on a lake. It had big temples and busy markets. It was one of the biggest cities in the world at that time. The Aztec leader was a man named Montezuma. At first, Montezuma thought Cortés might be a god. He sent the Spanish explorers gifts of gold to welcome them, but this was a big mistake. The gold only made the Spanish want more. Cortés and his small army marched to the capital. He made friends with other native tribes who were enemies of the Aztecs. With their help, and with European guns and diseases that the Aztecs had never known before, Cortés fought the Aztecs. It was a terrible war. The beautiful city of Tenochtitlan was destroyed. The Aztec Empire fell, and Spain took control of Mexico. Next is Francisco Pizarro. He was a conquistador who heard about another rich empire in South America, the Inca Empire. The Inca lived in the high mountains of Peru. Their empire was huge and well-organized. In 1532, Pizarro met the Inca ruler, Atahualpa. Atahualpa came to meet Pizarro with thousands of his men, but they were not ready for a fight. Pizarro's men had horses and guns, which frightened the Inca. In a surprise attack, the Spanish captured Atahualpa. The Inca people offered a huge room filled with gold and silver as a ransom to free their leader. The Spanish took the treasure, but they did not free Atahualpa. They killed him. Without their leader, the Inca Empire was in chaos. Pizarro and his men easily conquered the empire and took its great wealth for Spain. Finally, we have Hernando de Soto. He was an explorer who traveled across what is now the southeastern United States. He was looking for gold and another rich empire. From 1539 to 1542, he and his men walked through Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and Arkansas. They were the first Europeans to see the Great Mississippi River. But De Soto's journey was very violent. He and his soldiers often fought with the native tribes they met. They took food from villages and demanded guides. They brought diseases that killed many native people. De Soto never found the cities of gold he was looking for. He became sick with a fever and died near the Mississippi River. His men buried him in the great river he had discovered. The stories of these Spanish explorers changed the Americas forever. They brought great wealth to Spain, but they also brought great suffering to the native people. Empires fell, cultures were destroyed, and millions of people died from violence and disease. It was a sad and difficult time, a time when two worlds collided with terrible force. The Spanish were not the only Europeans sailing to the New World. Soon, explorers from other countries came too. They came from England and France. They had different dreams. They were not only looking for gold like the Spanish. They were looking for something else, a new way to Asia, good land for farming, and rich fishing areas. Their stories are also an important part of the history of America. Let us start with the French explorers. The French king was interested in finding a way to Asia, a northwest passage. He thought that maybe there was a way to sail around or through North America to get to the spices of Asia. In 1534, a French explorer named Jacques Cartier sailed across the Atlantic. He arrived at a place we now call Canada. He sailed into a big river, the St. Lawrence River. He met native people there, the Iroquois. They were friendly and they traded furs with him. Cartier did not find a way to Asia, but he found something else that was very valuable: thick, beautiful furs from animals like beavers. Beaver fur was very popular in Europe for making hats. This trade became very important for France. Later, French traders and settlers came to live in Canada. They built good relationships with many native tribes. They learned their languages and often married native women. The French were mostly interested in trading, not in taking large areas of land for farming. Because of this, they had less fighting with the native people than the Spanish or English did. Now let us talk about the English explorers. The English were also looking for a way to Asia. An Englishman named John Cabot made a voyage in 1497, just 5 years after Columbus. He sailed far north, near Newfoundland. He claimed the land for England. He found something amazing. The ocean was full of big fish. The waters near Newfoundland had so many cod fish that you could almost walk on the water. This was a great discovery for European fishermen. But for a long time after Cabot, the English did not try to build colonies in America. They were busy with problems in their own country. Then, about 100 years later, things changed. England wanted to build an empire too. They wanted to have colonies in the New World. A man named Sir Walter Raleigh sent a group of English people to start a colony on an island he called Virginia, named for the Queen of England. But this first colony, on Roanoke Island, had a very strange end. The colonists arrived, but when an English ship came back a few years later with more food and people, the colony was completely empty. All the people were gone. The only clue was one word carved on a tree: Croatoan. No one knows what happened to the lost colony of Roanoke. It is still a great mystery today. The English did not give up. They learned from their mistakes. Soon, they would try again to build a permanent home in America. The French and English explorers did not find the gold that the Spanish found, but they found other treasures: fish, furs, and land. Their arrival started a new chapter. It meant that different European countries now wanted a part of this new world. This would lead to new colonies, new friendships with native tribes, and also new conflicts in the years to come. When the European explorers first met the Native Americans, it was a moment like no other in history. Imagine seeing a person who looks completely different from anyone you have ever seen. They have different clothes, different tools, and they arrive on a huge boat you cannot understand. For both sides, it was a surprise. These first meetings were a mix of kindness, curiosity, and fear. Often, they started with trade and gifts, but sometimes they ended with terrible misunderstandings. Trade was often the first friendly contact. The Europeans and the Native Americans had things that the other group wanted. The Native Americans were very interested in the metal objects the Europeans brought. Things like knives, pots, and kettles made from iron or brass were new and useful for them. Glass beads in bright colors were also very popular. The Europeans traded these small things for animal furs, food, and sometimes even small pieces of gold. For a short time, it was good for everyone. The Native Americans got useful new tools, and the Europeans got valuable things to take back home. On the coast, tribes would wait for European ships to come so they could trade. It became a regular part of life. Gifts were also very important. In many Native American cultures, giving a gift is a way to show respect and to build a friendship. When the explorers met a new tribe, the leaders often exchanged gifts. A Native American chief might give the European captain a beautiful blanket or a peace pipe. The European captain might give the chief a metal axe or a string of glass beads. These gifts were a way to say, "We come in peace. Let us be friends." This was a good start. But sometimes, the meaning of a gift was different for each culture. A European might think he was just giving a small, cheap present, but the Native American might see it as a very important promise of friendship and support. This different understanding could cause problems later. And there were many misunderstandings. The biggest misunderstanding was about land. For Europeans, land was something you could own. You could buy it, sell it, and put a fence around it. For Native Americans, you could not own the land. You could use it, but it belonged to everyone and to nature. So, when a European explorer asked to buy some land, the Native Americans might think they were just agreeing to share the use of the land for a short time. But the Europeans thought they now owned it forever. This led to many arguments and fights later on. Another misunderstanding was about leaders. A European captain would look for one king or chief to speak for all the people. But many Native American tribes made decisions together. There was not one man who could tell everyone what to do. So, when a European made an agreement with one person, he thought it was an agreement with the whole tribe. But the other people in the tribe might not agree with that decision. This also caused problems and broken promises. Sometimes, the meetings were peaceful and happy. Other times, they were scary and violent. Fear was a big reason. The Native Americans were afraid of the Europeans' guns and horses. They had never seen such things before. The Europeans were afraid of the large numbers of Native Americans and of the unfamiliar land. This fear often led to fighting. A small argument could become a big battle very quickly. The story of the first meetings is a sad story in many ways. It is a story of two worlds meeting, but not always understanding each other. They tried to talk, to trade, and to be friends, but their cultures were too different. The good beginning with gifts and trade often ended in sadness and conflict. When we talk about the explorers coming to America, we often think of ships and soldiers and battles. But there was something else that came with the Europeans, something invisible and much more dangerous. It was disease, sickness. This is the saddest part of the story. The native people of America had lived apart from the rest of the world for thousands of years. Their bodies had never known the diseases that were common in Europe, Asia, and Africa. Because of this, they had no immunity. Immunity is your body's ability to fight a sickness. For the Native Americans, these new diseases were like a fire in a dry forest. They spread quickly and killed millions of people. What were these diseases? The worst one was smallpox. Smallpox was a terrible sickness. It gave people a high fever and painful spots all over their bodies. Many people died from it. Sometimes, half the people in a village would die in just a few weeks. Other diseases like measles, influenza, the flu, and typhus also came. These were normal childhood sicknesses in Europe, and most European children survived them. But in America, they killed adults as well as children. The diseases often traveled faster than the explorers themselves. A tribe far inland might get sick from a trader who had a mild sickness and did not even know it. By the time European settlers arrived in an area, many villages were already empty. The loss of life was unimaginable. Historians think that in some areas, up to 90% of the native population died from disease. Imagine your town or your school. Now imagine 9 out of every 10 people are gone. The teachers, the students, your friends, your family. Who would be left to grow food? Who would be left to take care of the children and the old people? Who would remember the old stories and songs? The societies that had existed for thousands of years were broken. It was a catastrophe. It was one of the greatest losses of human life in history. This great dying had another terrible effect. It made it easier for the Europeans to take the land. When the Europeans arrived, they often saw empty villages and land that seemed unused. They did not understand that the people who lived there had recently died from disease. They thought the land was free for them to take. The native tribes that survived were much weaker. They had fewer warriors to fight, and they were often too sad and too busy trying to survive to resist the new settlers. Their world had fallen apart. This part of the story is not easy to hear. It is not about brave explorers or exciting adventures. It is about a terrible tragedy. The native people did not lose their land and their way of life only because of guns and swords. They lost it mostly because of sickness. It was an accident in a way. The Europeans did not bring the diseases on purpose. They did not understand how germs worked. But the result was the same: death and destruction. It is a very important and sad truth to remember. The meeting of the two worlds brought many things, but it also brought a hidden enemy that changed America forever. You may have seen the movie about Pocahontas. It is a beautiful cartoon with singing and a happy ending. But the true story of Pocahontas is different from the movie. It is still an interesting story, but it is more complicated and much sadder. Let's learn about the real Pocahontas. First, who was she? Pocahontas was a real person. She was the daughter of a powerful chief named Powhatan. He was the leader of many tribes in the area the English called Virginia. Her real name was actually Matoka. Pocahontas was a nickname that meant playful one. She was a young girl, about 10 or 11 years old, when the English settlers built Jamestown in 1607. The movie shows a romantic story between Pocahontas and a man named John Smith. In the movie, she saves his life when her father wants to kill him. In real life, John Smith said that this happened. He wrote that Pocahontas saved him when he was a prisoner, but many historians are not sure if this is true. John Smith liked to tell exciting stories about himself. Pocahontas was very young, and it is unlikely she would be at such an important meeting. Also, John Smith was not a young, handsome man like in the movie. He was a short man with a big beard. The real story of their friendship is probably not a romance. Pocahontas was a curious child, and she often visited the Jamestown fort. She brought food from her people to help the hungry settlers. She and John Smith were friendly, but they were not in love. The most important part of Pocahontas's real life came later. Relations between the English and the Powhatan people became very bad. There was fighting. When Pocahontas was a teenager, the English captured her and held her as a prisoner for over a year. They wanted to use her to make her father do what they wanted. While she was a prisoner, a tobacco farmer named John Rolfe met her. He taught her about Christianity. She decided to change her religion and become a Christian. She was baptized and given a new English name, Rebecca. Then she married John Rolfe. This marriage was not really a love story like in the movies. For the English and for her father Powhatan, it was a political agreement. They hoped the marriage would bring peace between the two groups. For a short time, it did. This period was called the Peace of Pocahontas. John Rolfe took Pocahontas to England to show the people there. He wanted to prove that a native princess could become civilized and Christian. In London, she was treated like a princess. She met the king and queen, but she was really just a show for the English people. Sadly, she never saw her home again. As she was preparing to sail back to Virginia, she became very sick, probably with a European disease like smallpox or pneumonia. She died in England in 1617. She was only about 21 years old. The real story of Pocahontas is not a cartoon romance. It is the story of a young woman who lived in a time of great change and conflict. She was a bridge between two cultures, but her life was short and difficult. She was a symbol of hope for peace, but her story ended in sadness. It is important to remember the real person, not just the movie character. Her true story helps us understand the complicated and often painful meetings between Native Americans and Europeans. After the first explorers, ordinary English people began to think about America. It was a big decision to leave their homes and cross a dangerous ocean. Why would they do it? Life in England in the 1600s was difficult for many people. They came for different reasons. Some came hoping to find a better life with more money. Others came looking for a place where they could practice their religion freely. Let's look at these reasons. First, many people came for economic reasons. This means they came for money and a better life. In England, there was not enough land for everyone. If you were a young man and you were not the first son in your family, you would not get any land from your father. The first son got everything. So, what could you do? You had to find your own work. America offered land. Companies in England promised free land to people who would go to America to work. Also, some people believed there was gold in America, just like the Spanish found in the South. They dreamed of becoming rich quickly. Of course, most of them did not find gold, but the dream was very strong. Another big reason was religion. In England, everyone had to belong to the Church of England. It was the official church. It was against the law to practice a different religion. If you did, you could be punished or put in prison. Some groups of people did not like the Church of England. They wanted to change it to make it more pure. These people were called Puritans. Another group, called the Separatists, wanted to leave the Church of England completely and start their own churches. It was very dangerous for them. So, they decided to go to a new place where they could worship God in their own way without fear. They were looking for religious freedom. There was also a feeling of adventure. America was a new world, a blank page. For some people, it was a chance to start over. In England, your family name and your social class were very important. If you were born poor, you would probably stay poor. But in America, things seemed different. A person could work hard and make a new life for themselves. It was a place of hope and new beginnings. Finally, some people did not have a choice. Poor people, people in debt, and even prisoners were sometimes sent to America to work. They became indentured servants. This meant they had to work for someone for 4 to 7 years for no money. After that, they would be free and might get a piece of land. It was a very hard life, but it was a chance for freedom in the future. So the English people came for many reasons: land, gold, religious freedom, adventure, and sometimes because they were forced to. They packed their bags, said goodbye to their families, and got on small, crowded ships. They were scared, but they were also hopeful. They were going to a strange land to build a new home. Their journey was the beginning of the first permanent English colonies in America. In 1607, 3 small English ships sailed up a river in Virginia. The men on the ships named the river the James after their king. They built a small fort on the land and called it Jamestown. It was the first permanent English colony in America, but permanent did not mean easy. The first years in Jamestown were a fight for survival. Many people died from hunger, sickness, and fighting. The story of how they survived is a story of hardship and a few important people. The settlers made some bad mistakes very quickly. First, they chose a place for their fort that was near swamps. The water in the swamps was not good to drink. It was dirty and salty. It made people sick. Also, there were many mosquitoes that carried diseases. Second, many of the first settlers were not farmers. They were gentlemen who did not want to work with their hands. They came to look for gold, not to grow food. They spent their days digging for gold, but there was no gold in Virginia. Because they did not plant crops, they had no food for the winter. This led to a terrible time called the Starving Time. The Starving Time was during the winter of 1609–1610. There was very little food. The settlers ate all their animals, then they ate rats and mice. Some people even ate their shoes and leather belts. Then they started to eat the dead. It was a horrible time. Out of about 500 people, only about 60 survived that winter. They were ready to give up and go back to England when new ships arrived with more people and supplies. One man who helped the colony survive was Captain John Smith. He was a soldier and an explorer. He became a leader in Jamestown. He was strict. He made a famous rule: "He who does not work will not eat." This meant that everyone, even the gentlemen, had to help build houses, dig wells for clean water, and plant gardens. If they did not work, they would get no food. This rule made people angry, but it saved the colony. Smith also made friends with the local Native American tribes, the Powhatan Confederacy. He traded English goods like beads and tools for corn and other food. Without this help from the Powhatan people, the English would have all died. Another important person was a man named John Rolfe. You remember him from the story of Pocahontas, but his most important work was with tobacco. He found a way to grow a type of tobacco that the people in England loved. Soon, tobacco became like gold for Virginia. The colonists could sell it for a lot of money in England. Everyone wanted to grow tobacco. This crop saved Jamestown economically. It made the colony rich and successful. But growing tobacco required a lot of land and a lot of workers. This would lead to big problems in the future. The story of Jamestown is a story of terrible suffering, but it is also a story of not giving up. The colonists learned from their mistakes. They learned to work hard, to grow their own food, and to find a product they could sell. Because of this, the English colony in Virginia survived. It showed other English people that it was possible to build a new life in America, even if it was very, very difficult. While Jamestown was growing in the South, another group of English people came to America. Their story is very different from the Jamestown story. They are famous in American history. We call them the Pilgrims. They did not come for gold. They came for God. Their journey began because they wanted to practice their religion in peace. First, who were the Pilgrims? They were a group of separatists. Remember, separatists were people who wanted to separate from the Church of England. This was against the law in England. So first, they moved to the Netherlands, a country that allowed religious freedom. They lived there for many years, but life was hard. They were poor, and they worried that their children were forgetting their English ways. They decided to go to America. They wanted to build a community where they could be English and practice their own religion. They got permission from an English company to start a colony in Virginia. They sailed on a ship called the Mayflower. The journey was long and difficult. There were about 100 people on the ship. The ship was crowded and dark. The ocean was stormy. Many people were sick during the 2-month journey. They were happy when they finally saw land, but there was a problem. They were not in Virginia. The storms had pushed their ship off course. They were much farther north, in a place we now call Massachusetts. This was outside the area where they had permission to settle. This was a big problem. What should they do? They decided to stay, but because they were not in Virginia, the rules from the English company did not apply here. So, the men on the ship wrote a plan for their own government. They called this plan the Mayflower Compact. It was a short document. In it, they promised to work together to make just and equal laws. They agreed to obey the laws they made. This was a very important idea. It was one of the first examples of self-government in America. The men signed the document on the ship before they went ashore. They named their new home Plymouth. The first winter was terrible, just like in Jamestown. It was cold and they did not have enough food. They lived on the ship while they built small houses on land. Many people got sick with scurvy and pneumonia. About half of the colonists died that first winter. It was a time of great sadness. But in the spring, things began to change. A Native American named Samoset walked into their village. He surprised them by saying hello in English. He had learned some English from fishermen. He later brought another Native American, Squanto, who spoke even better English. Squanto became a great friend to the Pilgrims. He showed them how to plant corn by putting a small fish in the ground with the seed. The fish helped the corn grow. He taught them how to hunt and where to fish. He also helped the Pilgrims make a peace agreement with the local Wampanoag tribe and their leader, Massasoit. Without the help of Squanto and the Wampanoag, the Pilgrims would probably not have survived. The story of the Pilgrims is a story of great courage and faith. It is also a story of a lucky friendship with the native people. This friendship led to the famous event we now call the First Thanksgiving. The story of the First Thanksgiving is a famous American story. Almost every American child learns about it in school. But what really happened? The true story is a little different from the popular myth. A myth is a story that people tell that might not be completely true, but has an important meaning. Let's look at the facts and the myths about that famous autumn gathering in 1621. First, the myth. The popular story says that in the fall of 1621, the Pilgrims invited their Native American friends to a big dinner to say thank you for helping them survive their first year. The picture in our minds is of long tables outside, with Pilgrims in black and white clothes and Native Americans sitting together. They are eating a big feast with a big turkey, pumpkin pie, and mashed potatoes. They are all happy and friendly. It is a picture of peace and friendship. Now the facts. The Pilgrims did have a harvest feast in the fall of 1621. They were very thankful. They had a good harvest of corn and barley. They had built houses and stored food for the winter. They were alive and healthy. So they decided to have a celebration. It was not called Thanksgiving at that time. For them, A Thanksgiving was a serious religious day of prayer, not a big feast. This was just a harvest festival. Did they invite the Native Americans? The Pilgrims did not send out invitations, but they were not alone. There were about 90 Wampanoag men who came to the Plymouth settlement. Why did they come? They heard the Pilgrims shooting their guns, probably to celebrate or to hunt. The Wampanoag leader, Massasoit, thought it might be the sound of a battle. So, he and his warriors went to see if the Pilgrims needed help. When they arrived, they stayed for the celebration. It was a peaceful meeting, but it was not a planned party. What did they eat? We know they ate deer. The Wampanoag men brought 5 deer as a gift. They probably also ate wildfowl, which could have been turkeys, but also ducks or geese. They ate corn, of course, and probably fish and shellfish like clams and lobsters. They did not have pumpkin pie or mashed potatoes. They did not have sugar or flour to make pies. They might have cooked pumpkins, but not in a pie. And they did not have potatoes at all. The feast lasted for 3 days. There were games and contests. The English soldiers and the Wampanoag men showed their skills with guns and bows and arrows. The most important fact is the spirit of the event. For a short time, these 2 very different groups of people were able to be together in peace. They shared food and company. It was a moment of hope. It showed that cooperation was possible. This real event is why we celebrate Thanksgiving today. But the modern holiday we know was created much later, during the Civil War, when President Abraham Lincoln made it a national holiday to help unite the country. So, the true story of the first Thanksgiving is not exactly like the myth. There was no turkey centerpiece or pumpkin pie, but the heart of the story is true. It was a celebration of survival and a moment of friendship between 2 cultures. It reminds us to be thankful for the help we get from others, especially from people who are different from us. Life in the early colonies was very hard. Every day was a long day of work. There were no supermarkets, no electricity, and no cars. The colonists had to make almost everything they needed with their own hands. Let's look at a normal day for a family in Plymouth or Jamestown. What were their houses like? What did they eat? How did they work? And what was life like for children? First, their houses. Houses were small and simple. Most houses had only 1 or 2 rooms. The walls were made of wood, and the roofs were often made of dry grass or reeds called thatch. Inside, the floor was just hard earth. There was a big fireplace for cooking and for heat. The fireplace was the heart of the home. In the winter, everyone stayed near it to keep warm. The houses were dark because the windows were very small and had paper soaked in oil instead of glass. The furniture was simple, a rough wooden table, some stools, and beds. The beds were not soft. They were bags filled with straw or dried leaves. The whole family often slept in one room. Next, food. The colonists ate what they could grow, hunt, or catch. For the Pilgrims in Plymouth, corn was the most important food. They learned from the Native Americans how to grow it. They made corn into bread or porridge. They also grew beans, pumpkins, and other vegetables. They hunted for deer, turkeys, and other wild birds. They fished in the rivers and the sea. In Jamestown, they also grew corn, but tobacco became the main crop for selling. For meat, they raised pigs and chickens. There was no sugar for sweet things. They used honey from wild bees if they could find it. They did not have much variety in their food. In the winter, when fresh food was gone, they ate dried meat, hard bread, and stored vegetables. Work, work, work. Life was all about work. Men spent their days farming. They cleared the land of trees and rocks. They planted seeds, took care of the crops, and harvested them. They also hunted and fished. They built and repaired houses, barns, and fences. They made tools and furniture. Women's work was also very hard. They cooked all the meals over the open fire. They baked bread, churned butter, and made cheese. They made clothes for the whole family. This meant spinning wool into thread, weaving the thread into cloth, and then sewing the cloth into clothes. They also took care of the garden, the chickens, and the children. They had to make soap and candles, too. Everyone worked from sunrise to sunset. What about the children? Colonial children had to work hard, too. As soon as they were old enough, they had jobs to do. A little boy might help his father in the fields or feed the animals. A little girl might help her mother take care of the younger children or stir the cooking pot. There was very little time for play. When they did play, their toys were simple things they made themselves, dolls made from corn husks or balls made from old rags. They did not go to school for many years. Their parents taught them at home. They learned to read, but mostly they learned the skills they needed to survive. For fun, families might sing songs or tell stories in the evening by the fire. Life in the early colonies was a constant struggle. It was dirty, difficult, and often dangerous. But these hardworking people were building a new life. They were strong and determined. Their everyday work in their small houses and in their fields was the beginning of a new nation. When we learn about history, we learn new words. These words help us understand the story better. Today, let's look at 4 important words from the story of the first colonies. The words are colony, ship, harvest, and governor. These words were very important to the people who lived then, and they are still important for us to know today. First, the word colony. A colony is a place that is ruled by another country. The people who live in a colony often come from the ruling country. Jamestown was a colony. It was ruled by England, and the settlers were from England. The word colony can also mean the group of people who live in that place. So, we can say the Jamestown colony to talk about the people and the place. Life in a colony was hard because it was far from home. The colonists had to learn to live in a new land with new rules. They had to build everything themselves. Later, America would have 13 colonies before it became its own country. Next, the word ship. You know, a ship is a big boat that travels on the ocean. But in this story, the ship was like a lifeline. The ships brought people from England to America. The ships brought food, tools, and letters from home. The most famous ship in American history is the Mayflower. It brought the Pilgrims to America. The journey on a ship was very long and uncomfortable. People were crowded together. The food was bad. The ocean was stormy. Many people got sick. The ship was their only way to get to the New World. It was a dangerous, but important, part of their adventure. Then we have the word harvest. The harvest is the time when you pick the crops you have grown. It is the food that you gather from the fields. The harvest was the most important time of the year for the colonists. If the harvest was good, they had enough food for the winter. If the harvest was bad, they could starve. The Pilgrims were very happy after their first good harvest. They had a big feast to celebrate. This feast was the first Thanksgiving. The word harvest can also be a verb. You harvest corn. You harvest wheat. The colonists worked very hard to harvest their crops. Finally, the word governor. A governor is a leader. He or she is the person in charge of a place. In a colony, the governor was the top leader. He made important decisions. He made sure people followed the rules. John Smith was like a governor in Jamestown for a short time. He told people they must work. William Bradford was the governor of Plymouth for many years. He was a Pilgrim leader. He helped make the colony strong. The governor's job was very difficult. He had to solve problems between people. He had to talk with the Native American leaders. He had to make sure the colony was safe and had enough food. These four words, colony, ship, harvest, governor, help us see the picture of early American life. The colonists left their homes on a ship to start a new colony. They worked hard for their harvest and were led by a governor. These words are simple, but they tell a big story. They are the building blocks of history. When you understand these words, you understand the challenges and the hopes of the first English people in America. By the 1700s, the small English settlements had grown. There were no longer just 2 colonies. Now, there were 13 colonies along the east coast of America. They were like 13 brothers and sisters. They were all part of the same family, they were all English colonies, but they were also different from each other. To understand life in the 1700s, it helps to look at a map. We can group these 13 colonies into 3 areas: New England, the Middle Colonies, and the Southern Colonies. Each area had its own special character. First, let's go to the north. This is New England. The colonies here were New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. The land in New England is rocky and the soil is not very good for big farms. The winters are long and cold. So how did people live here? Many people in New England were farmers, but they had small farms. They grew just enough food for their own families. This is called subsistence farming. But the people of New England were very clever. They used the sea. The ocean was full of fish. They built many ships and became excellent sailors and fishermen. They also became traders. They traded fish, lumber, and ships with other colonies and with England. Many people also worked in small shops, making things like clocks, shoes, and clothes. Life in New England was often centered around towns and villages. The church was usually in the center of the town and was a very important part of life. Next, we travel south to the Middle Colonies. These were New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. This area was like the breadbasket of the colonies. The land here was much better for farming than in New England. The soil was rich and the climate was milder. Farmers grew a lot of wheat and other grains. They grew so much that they could sell it to other places. The Middle Colonies were also more diverse. This means many different kinds of people lived there. There were English, Dutch, German, and Scottish people. They had different religions too. William Penn started Pennsylvania as a place for religious freedom. So many Quakers and other groups went there. Because of this mix of people and good farmland, the Middle Colonies were successful and busy. Big cities grew here, like New York City and Philadelphia. These cities had shops, markets, and newspapers. Finally, we go to the Southern Colonies. These were Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. The land in the South was very good for farming and the climate was warm. Here, farming was not just for food, it was for business. Farmers grew cash crops that they sold for money. The big crops were tobacco in Virginia and Maryland, and rice and indigo in South Carolina and Georgia. These crops required a lot of land and a lot of hard work. This is why the Southern Colonies developed a system with large farms called plantations. A plantation owner lived in a big house and owned a lot of land. The work on the plantations was done by enslaved Africans. This made the Southern society very different from the North. There were not many towns or cities. Life was spread out over large areas. The plantation was like a small world by itself. So, looking at the map, you can see how the colonies grew in different ways. New England used the sea. The Middle Colonies had rich farms and big cities. The South had large plantations, but they were all connected. They traded with each other. They all spoke English. They were all ruled by England. These 13 brothers and sisters were growing up, and soon they would start to want more freedom. Life in the 13 colonies was all about work. Most people spent their days getting food and making things to use or sell. The work they did depended on where they lived. The land and the sea gave them different opportunities. Let's talk about 3 important kinds of work: farming, fishing, and trading. These jobs helped the colonies grow rich and strong. First, farming. Almost everyone in the colonies was a farmer in some way. Even people who lived in towns often had a small garden. But farming was very different in the 3 regions. In New England, the land was rocky and hard. Farmers there had small farms. They grew food for their own families, things like corn, beans, and vegetables. They also kept a few animals like cows, pigs, and chickens. It was hard work, and there was usually not much extra food to sell. In the middle colonies, the land was much better. Farmers there grew huge amounts of wheat and other grains. They became known as the bread colonies because they produced so much flour. They could feed their own families and still have a lot left over to sell to other colonies or send to England. In the southern colonies, farming was big business. The warm climate and good soil were perfect for cash crops like tobacco and rice. But growing these crops required a lot of land and a lot of labor. This is why large plantations developed, relying on the forced work of enslaved people. Next, fishing. This was especially important in New England. The cold waters of the North Atlantic were full of fish, especially cod. Men would go out in fishing boats, sometimes for days at a time, to catch these fish. It was a dangerous job because of storms and rough seas, but it was also very profitable. The fish were dried or salted so they would not go bad. Then, they were packed up and sold. New England fishermen sold their fish to the other colonies. They also sold it to countries in Europe and to the islands in the Caribbean. The money from fishing helped New England grow. Without fishing, it would have been very difficult for people in New England to make a good living from the poor soil. Finally, trading. All this farming and fishing led to trading. The colonies traded with each other and with the world. Ships sailed up and down the coast, carrying goods from one colony to another. A ship from New England might carry fish and lumber to the West Indies. There, they would trade the fish and wood for sugar and molasses. Then, they would sail back to New England, where the sugar and molasses were used to make rum. This was called the triangular trade, because the ship's routes often looked like a triangle on a map. Trading was the lifeblood of the colonies. It brought in money and goods that the colonies could not produce themselves. Big port cities like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia became busy, exciting places because of all the trading ships that came and went. So you see, the colonies were connected by work. A farmer in Pennsylvania grew the wheat that was made into bread for a family in Boston. A fisherman in Massachusetts caught the fish that was eaten by an enslaved person on a plantation in South Carolina. A shipbuilder in Rhode Island built the ship that carried all these goods. Everyone's work was important. This system of farming, fishing, and trading made the colonies successful. It also tied them closer together, creating a shared economy and a sense of being American, even while they were still English colonists. As the colonies grew, a very sad and terrible thing happened. The practice of slavery began. Slavery is when one person owns another person. The slave is forced to work for no money. They are not free to leave. They have no rights. This horrible system started slowly and then grew very large, especially on the big farms in the southern colonies. It began with the transatlantic slave trade. Transatlantic means across the Atlantic Ocean. Why did colonists start using slaves? In the South, farmers grew crops like tobacco and rice. These crops needed a lot of people to plant them, care for them, and harvest them. At first, plantation owners used indentured servants from Europe, but these servants worked only for a few years and then they were free. The owners wanted workers who would never be free. They wanted a permanent, cheap workforce. They turned to Africa. African men, women, and children were captured and sold as slaves. The journey from Africa to America was called the Middle Passage. It was the middle part of a three-part trade route. It was a nightmare. Slave traders packed hundreds of people into the dark, dirty holds of ships. The people were chained together. They had little room to move. The air was hot and smelled terrible. There was not enough food or water. Many people became very sick with diseases. Many died on the journey. Their bodies were thrown into the ocean. It was one of the most cruel events in human history. When the slave ships arrived in America, the Africans who survived were sold at auctions. An auction is like a public sale where people bid money to buy something. But these were people being sold. Families were often separated. A mother might be sold to one owner and her children to another. They were treated like property, not like human beings. Their lives were now owned by someone else. Life for a slave on a plantation was very hard. They worked from early in the morning until late at night. They worked in the hot sun, planting and cutting the crops. They had no pay. They lived in small, simple huts. They were given just enough food to survive. The work was backbreaking. The overseer, the man who watched the slaves, was often cruel. He would whip them if he thought they were working too slowly or if they tried to rest. Slaves had no freedom. They could not learn to read or write. They could not get married without their owner's permission. They lived in constant fear. Slavery was not only in the South, but it was most common there. In the North, there were some slaves, but not as many. The Northern economy did not rely on large plantations, but the slave trade was important for the economy of many northern cities too. Ships from New England were often used in the slave trade. Factories in the North used the cotton that Southern slaves picked. The start of slavery was a dark shadow over the growing colonies. It was a terrible injustice. It went against the very idea of freedom that many colonists said they believed in. It created a deep wound in American society. This wound would cause a lot of pain and fighting for many, many years to come. The story of slavery is a difficult story to tell, but it is a very important part of American history. In the 1700s, the colonies were full of interesting people. One of the most famous and fascinating was Benjamin Franklin. His story is like a classic American dream. He was born in Boston in 1706, one of 17 children. His family did not have much money. He went to school for only 2 years, but he loved to read and learn. He taught himself almost everything he knew. He became a printer, an inventor, a writer, a scientist, and a leader. He showed that in America, a person could become great through hard work and intelligence. First, he was a printer. When he was a young man, he moved to Philadelphia. He started his own printing business and a newspaper. The newspaper was very successful. He also wrote a book every year called Poor Richard's Almanac. An almanac is a book with weather forecasts, advice, jokes, and wise sayings. Many people bought it. Franklin's sayings became famous. He wrote things like early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. And a penny saved is a penny earned. Through his printing, he became a wealthy and well-known man. But Benjamin Franklin was much more than a printer. He was a curious inventor and scientist. He was always asking questions about the world. His most famous experiment was with electricity. He thought that lightning was a form of electricity. To test his idea, he flew a kite with a metal key during a thunderstorm. It was very dangerous. He proved that lightning is electricity. This discovery made him famous all over the world. He used his knowledge to invent the lightning rod. This metal rod on top of a building protects it from lightning strikes. He also invented other useful things. He invented bifocal glasses, which help people see both near and far. He invented a new kind of stove that heated rooms better. He never patented his inventions. He did not want to make money from them. He wanted everyone to be able to use them to improve their lives. Franklin was also a great thinker and leader. He cared about his community. He started the first public library in America. He started the first fire department in Philadelphia. He helped start a university, the University of Pennsylvania. He was a great thinker about government and freedom. Later in his life, he spent many years in London, representing the interests of the colonies. When the colonies decided they wanted independence from Britain, Benjamin Franklin was one of the most important leaders. He helped write the Declaration of Independence. He was old then, but his mind was still sharp. Benjamin Franklin was a true citizen of the world. He was loved and respected in America and in Europe. He showed that you did not need to be born into a rich or powerful family to do great things. He proved that with hard work, curiosity, and a desire to help others, one person could make a big difference. He was a symbol of the new American spirit, practical, inventive, and free-thinking. His life story is an inspiration, showing the power of a mind that never stopped learning and never stopped working for the good of his community and his country. Life for children in the 1700s was very different from today. There were no video games, no television, and no smartphones. But children still went to school, wore clothes, and found time to play. Let's take a look at what childhood was like in colonial America. First, let's talk about school. Not all children went to school. Whether a child went to school often depended on where they lived and how rich their family was. In New England, where towns were close together, there were more schools. A law in Massachusetts said that every town with enough families must have a school. These schools usually had only one room for all the children. The teacher taught reading, writing, and arithmetic. The main book was the Bible. Children learned to read so they could read the Bible. School was strict. If a student was noisy or did not do their work, the teacher might hit their hand with a ruler. In the middle and southern colonies, there were fewer schools. On big farms in the South, families lived far apart. Rich families often hired a teacher to come to their home. Poor children and enslaved children almost never went to school. They worked from a very young age. For most children, their education was about learning the skills they needed for work, like farming or sewing, from their parents. Next, what did people wear? Clothes showed your place in society. Rich people wore clothes made from fine fabrics like silk and velvet. Their clothes were often in bright colors. A rich man might wear a fancy coat, a waistcoat, knee-length pants called breeches, and stockings. A rich woman wore a long dress with many layers, including a tight corset to make her waist look small. Poor people wore simple, practical clothes made from rough cloth like linen or wool. The colors were usually dull, like brown or gray, because dye was expensive. A poor farmer wore a simple shirt and trousers. His wife wore a plain dress and an apron. Children's clothes looked like small versions of their parents' clothes. Babies and very young children, both boys and girls, wore long dresses. This made it easier to change their diapers. Everyone, even children, had to wear hats when they went outside. Clothes were not bought in a store. They were made at home by the women and girls in the family. Making clothes for a family was a lot of work. Finally, how did children have fun? Even with all the work, children found time to play. They did not have many toys, and the toys they had were usually homemade. A father might carve a small animal from wood. A mother might make a doll from corn husks or old rags. Children played with simple things like balls, hoops, and jump ropes. They played games outside. They played tag and hide and seek. They had running races and jumping contests. In the winter, they went sledding and ice skating. Board games were popular too. They played checkers and chess. Children also learned to play musical instruments like the fiddle. Families often sang songs together in the evening. Sometimes, whole towns would come together for a celebration. There would be food, music, and games for everyone. Life in colonial times was hard for children. They had more responsibilities and less free time than children today. But they were still children. They laughed, they played, they learned, and they dreamed about the future. Their games and their simple toys brought them joy. Their lives were different, but the spirit of childhood was the same. We often think of childhood as a time for play and school, but for most children in colonial America, childhood was a time for work. From a very young age, children had important jobs to do. Their work was necessary for the family's survival. There was no such thing as a lazy day. Everyone, big and small, had to help. Let's look at some of the work colonial children did. Even very young children had small tasks. A little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old might be in charge of collecting the eggs from the chickens. A little boy might help bring wood for the fire. These jobs taught them responsibility and how to be useful. As children grew older, their jobs became bigger and more difficult. By the time a boy was 7 or 8, he was working with his father. He learned how to take care of the farm animals. He learned how to plant seeds and harvest crops. He learned how to use tools and fix things. If his father was a blacksmith or a carpenter, the boy would become an apprentice. He would live with another family and work for them for many years to learn the trade. Girls worked just as hard as boys, but their work was usually inside the home. A young girl learned all the skills she needed to run a house one day. Her teacher was her mother. She learned how to cook over an open fire. This was dangerous work. She learned how to bake bread, churn butter, and make cheese. She learned how to make soap and candles. These were not simple tasks. Making candles, for example, took a long time. You had to melt the fat, carefully dip the wicks over and over again, and let them cool. She also learned how to spin wool into thread and then weave the thread into cloth on a big loom. After that, she had to sew the cloth into clothes for the whole family. Making just one shirt could take many days. Children in cities also worked. They might not work on a farm, but they had other jobs. A boy might help in his father's shop, cleaning and serving customers. A girl might help her mother with a small business, like selling bread or sewing. Some poor children were sent away to be servants in other people's houses. They worked for that family until they were adults. Did colonial children ever have fun? Yes, but not very often. They played with simple toys and games when their work was done, but free time was a luxury. Sunday was a day for church and rest. On that day, children might have a little time to play quietly, but for the rest of the week, it was work, work, work. This seems very hard to us today, but in the 1700s, it was normal. Children were not just small people to be taken care of. They were an important part of the family's workforce. Their work helped put food on the table and clothes on their backs. It taught them the skills they needed to survive when they grew up and started their own families. The hard work of colonial children helped build the colonies and shape the character of a nation. It is a fun fact that reminds us how much life has changed for children since those early days. For many years, the relationship between Britain and the American colonies was mostly good. The colonies were like children, and Britain was the mother country. The colonies traded with Britain and were protected by the British Army. But in the 1760s, things started to change. The mother country began to ask for more money from her American children. She started to tax them. This made the colonists very angry. But why did Britain need money so badly? The answer lies in a big war that had just ended, the French and Indian War. The French and Indian War was part of a bigger war fought in Europe, but a lot of the fighting happened in North America. It was a war between Britain and France. Both countries wanted to control the land in North America. Many Native American tribes fought in the war too. Some fought with the French and some fought with the British. That is why it is called the French and Indian War. The war lasted for 9 years, from 1754 to 1763. It was a very expensive war. Britain spent a huge amount of money to send soldiers and supplies across the Atlantic Ocean. In the end, Britain and the colonies won the war. Britain took control of most of France's land in North America. This was a great victory, but it came with a big problem: debt. Britain had borrowed a lot of money to pay for the war. Now, the British government needed to find a way to pay back that money. They looked at the American colonies. The British government thought this was only fair. After all, the war was fought to protect the colonies from the French. The colonies benefited from the victory because they now had more land and were safer. So, the British Parliament, which makes the laws in Britain, decided that the colonists should help pay for the war. The way to make them pay was through taxes. There was another reason for the taxes. After winning the war, Britain now controlled a much bigger area in North America. This land needed to be protected. The British government decided to keep a large army of soldiers in America to protect the colonists from Native American tribes and from any other European countries that might cause trouble. Keeping thousands of soldiers in America was very expensive. The British government believed the colonists should help pay for this army, since it was there to protect them. So the British government passed new tax laws for the colonies. They taxed sugar. They taxed paper, glass, and paint. They said that all official documents like newspapers and legal papers had to have a special stamp on them, and that stamp cost money. For the British government, this seemed like a simple and logical solution. They needed money, and the colonies had money. For the colonists, however, it was not simple or logical at all. It felt unfair. They were not asked if they wanted to pay these taxes. They had no say in the matter. This was the start of the trouble between Britain and the colonies, a trouble that would grow and grow until it changed everything. The British government decided the American colonies should pay taxes, so they created new laws. The names of these laws can be confusing, but they are important. They made the colonists very, very angry. Let's talk about 3 of these tax acts: the Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and the Tea Act. First, there was the Sugar Act in 1764. This was not the first tax, but it was one that affected many people. The Sugar Act put a tax on sugar and molasses that came from places other than Britain. Molasses was a very important product. Colonists used it to make rum. Rum was a popular drink, and it was also used for trade. The British government also said that customs officers, the men who collected the tax, could take goods from colonists without going to court first if they thought the colonists were smuggling. Smuggling means bringing goods into the country secretly without paying taxes. Many merchants in the colonies were angry about this. They felt it was unfair and that it hurt their business. Next, in 1765, the British government passed the Stamp Act. This was the tax that made people the most angry. The Stamp Act said that colonists had to buy a special stamp for many paper goods. This included newspapers, playing cards, legal documents, and even diplomas from school. The stamp was just a small piece of paper, but it cost money. You had to buy the stamp and put it on your document to show you had paid the tax. Why did this make people so angry? Well, it affected almost everyone. Lawyers, businessmen, printers, and tavern owners all had to pay this tax. It was a direct tax on things people used every day. The colonists also had no say in this law. They had no representatives in the British Parliament. They cried, "No taxation without representation." This means you cannot tax us if we do not have a voice in your government. Because of the strong protests, the British government ended the Stamp Act in 1766. The colonists were happy. They had a big celebration. But the happiness did not last long. The British government still needed money. In 1767, they passed the Townshend Acts. These acts put taxes on glass, lead, paint, paper, and tea that were brought into the colonies. Again, the colonists were angry. They organized a boycott. A boycott is when you refuse to buy something. The colonists decided not to buy British goods. Women were very important in this boycott. They stopped buying British tea and cloth. They started making their own cloth at home. This boycott hurt British merchants, so the British government ended most of the Townshend Act's taxes in 1770. But they kept one tax, the tax on tea. They wanted to show that they still had the right to tax the colonies. Finally, there was the Tea Act in 1773. This act was a little different. It did not put a new tax on tea. In fact, it made tea cheaper. So, why were the colonists angry? The Tea Act gave one British company, the East India Company, the right to be the only company that could sell tea in the colonies. This meant that colonial merchants who sold tea could not compete. They would lose their business. The colonists saw this as another trick. They thought the British government was trying to make them accept the tax on tea by making it cheap. They were not fooled. They were angry that the British government was controlling their trade and helping one big company. This anger led to a famous event, the Boston Tea Party. These tax acts were like throwing stones into a quiet pond. They created bigger and bigger waves of anger. Each new tax made the colonists feel that their rights and their freedom were in danger. They were no longer willing to be quiet and obey. They were ready to protest. No taxation without representation. This phrase became the battle cry of the American colonists. No taxation without representation. It is a short sentence, but it has a very powerful meaning. Let's break it down. Taxation means the government taking money from people. Representation means having someone to speak for you in the government. So, the colonists were saying, it is not right for you to take our money if we do not have a voice in your decisions. This idea was at the very heart of their anger toward Britain. Why did the colonists feel they had no representation? The British government was in London, across the Atlantic Ocean. The laws for the colonies were made by the British Parliament, but the American colonists did not elect any members to that parliament. There was no American sitting in that big building in London to say, "Wait a minute, this new tax will hurt my people." The British Parliament was making laws for the colonists. but the colonists had no say in those laws. To the colonists, this was not fair. It was against their rights as Englishmen. They believed that all free people had the right to be taxed only by their own elected officials. The British government saw things differently. They had an idea called virtual representation. They argued that every member of Parliament represented all people in the British Empire, even the people in America who did not vote for them. They said that a member of Parliament from a city in England was also thinking about the interests of the colonists in Boston or Virginia. The colonists thought this idea was silly. How could a man in London, who they had never met, understand their needs and speak for them? They wanted actual representation. They wanted to elect their own representatives to a government that could make laws for America. This was not just about money. It was about power and freedom. The colonists were proud British subjects. They believed they had the same rights as people living in England. They believed that one of the most important rights was the right to govern themselves, especially when it came to their own money. By taxing them without their consent, the British Parliament was treating them as second-class citizens, not as equals. The phrase, "no taxation without representation," was everywhere. You could read it in newspapers. You could hear people shouting it in the streets. It was printed on pamphlets and spoken about in taverns. It united the colonists. A lawyer in Virginia and a merchant in Massachusetts might have different lives, but they both agreed on this one idea. It was a simple and powerful argument that everyone could understand. This demand for representation was a very big step. At first, the colonists were not asking for independence. They were asking for their rights as British citizens. They wanted to fix the system. They sent letters and petitions to the king and to Parliament asking for understanding and for a change. But the British government refused to listen. They insisted on their right to tax the colonies. This made the colonists angrier and angrier. The cry, "no taxation without representation," started as a protest, but it slowly became a reason for revolution. It was the seed of a new idea: maybe America should govern itself. The anger over taxes finally boiled over in Boston. The result was one of the most famous protests in American history, the Boston Tea Party. It was not a real party with music and cake. It was an act of defiance, a powerful message to the British government. The message was simple: we will not accept your tax on tea. The trouble started with the Tea Act of 1773. Remember, this law made British tea cheaper, but it also gave a British company, the East India Company, a monopoly. This meant no one else could sell tea in the colonies. This made colonial merchants very angry. They would lose their business. But for many colonists, it was about more than money. It was about principle. They believed if they accepted this tea, they would be accepting Britain's right to tax them without representation. They decided to resist. In Boston, the colonists tried to stop the tea from being unloaded from the ships. They asked the governor to send the ships back to England, but the governor refused. He said the tea must be unloaded and the tax must be paid. The colonists knew that if the tea was unloaded, people would be tempted to buy it because it was so cheap. They had to do something to stop it. On the cold night of December 16, 1773, a large group of men gathered at the Old South Meeting House in Boston. They were frustrated and angry. They knew they had to act. After the meeting, a group of about 100 men, some disguised as Mohawk Native Americans, walked quickly to Griffin's Wharf, where 3 ships full of tea were anchored. Why did they dress as Native Americans? It was a disguise so the British soldiers would not recognize them. It was also a symbol. They were showing that they identified as Americans, not as British subjects. They boarded the ships quietly and carefully. They did not damage the ships or hurt anyone. They only wanted the tea. They used axes to break open 342 chests of tea. Then they threw all the tea into the cold water of Boston Harbor. It took them nearly 3 hours. The value of the tea they destroyed was a huge amount of money. The harbor water turned brown with tea. A crowd gathered on the shore and watched in silence. It was a serious act, not a wild party. The Boston Tea Party was a direct challenge to British authority. The colonists had destroyed private property. The British government was furious. They saw it as an act of lawlessness. In response, they passed a series of strict new laws to punish Boston and the colony of Massachusetts. The colonists called these laws the Intolerable Acts. These laws closed the port of Boston, took away local power, and allowed British soldiers to be housed in private homes. Instead of frightening the colonies into obedience, the Boston Tea Party and the Intolerable Acts had the opposite effect. It made the other colonies sympathize with Massachusetts. They realized that if Britain could do this to Boston, they could do it to any colony. The Boston Tea Party did not just put tea in the harbor. It pushed the American colonies and Britain closer to war. It was a protest that changed history. Behind the public protests, there was a secret group working to organize the resistance. This group was called the Sons of Liberty. They were not an official group with a big office. They were a secret society. They held meetings in back rooms of taverns, in printing shops, and sometimes in the dark of night. Their goal was to protect the rights of the colonists and to fight against British injustice. They were the hidden engine of the Revolution. Who were the Sons of Liberty? They were ordinary men from different jobs and social classes. There were lawyers, merchants, printers, and craftsmen. Some of their leaders are famous names in history, like Samuel Adams from Boston and Paul Revere, a silversmith, but most of them were not famous. They were men who cared deeply about their community and their freedom. They believed that the British taxes were wrong, and they were willing to take action to stop them. They were not just talk, they were action. What did they do? The Sons of Liberty used many methods. One of their most powerful tools was the printed word. They wrote pamphlets and articles for newspapers. They explained why the British taxes were unfair and encouraged people to resist. They also organized boycotts. They convinced people to stop buying British goods. If a merchant decided to ignore the boycott and sell British goods, the Sons of Liberty would pay him a visit. They would try to persuade him to change his mind. Sometimes their persuasion was not very gentle. They could use threats or even damage the merchant's property. They wanted to make sure everyone followed the rules of the boycott. They also organized public demonstrations. A demonstration is when a group of people gather to show their opinion. The Sons of Liberty held rallies and parades. They sometimes made effigies, which are dummy figures, of unpopular British officials. They would then burn these effigies in the street as a powerful symbol of their anger. These actions helped to get more people involved and to show the British government that the colonists were united. Perhaps their most famous action was planning the Boston Tea Party. That was a classic Sons of Liberty operation. It was secret, it was well organized, and it sent a very strong message. After the Tea Party, the British government tried to find and punish the leaders. But because the Sons of Liberty were a secret group, it was very difficult for the British to know exactly who was in charge. The Sons of Liberty were not always peaceful. Sometimes their actions turned violent, but in their minds they were fighting for a just cause. They were fighting for liberty. Their secret meetings and their bold actions helped to unite the colonies. They created a network of communication and resistance up and down the coast. They made people feel that they were part of something bigger. The Sons of Liberty showed that when ordinary people come together, they can challenge a great empire. They were the spark that helped start the fire of the American Revolution. The name Paul Revere is famous in American history. Thanks to a famous poem, many people know the story of his midnight ride. But what really happened that night? The true story is an exciting tale of danger, speed, and warning. It happened in April 1775. The relationship between Britain and the colonies was like a pot of water about to boil over. Everyone knew that a fight could start at any moment. Paul Revere was a silversmith in Boston. He was also a member of the Sons of Liberty. He was not a soldier, but he believed strongly in the cause of American liberty. He and other patriots knew that British soldiers, often called redcoats because of their red uniforms, were planning a secret mission. The British general, Thomas Gage, had ordered his troops to march to the towns of Lexington and Concord. Their goal was to capture two patriot leaders, Samuel Adams and John Hancock, who were in Lexington. They also wanted to destroy the colonists' military supplies, which were stored in Concord. The patriots in Boston needed to warn the people in the countryside. They needed to tell Adams and Hancock to escape and to tell the militia, the citizen soldiers, to get ready. But how could they get the message out? The British had guards on the main roads out of Boston. They were watching closely. So, the patriots made a secret plan. They would use signals. They agreed that if the British soldiers went by land, they would hang one lantern in the bell tower of the Old North Church. If they went by sea across the river, they would hang two lanterns. This is the part from the famous poem, "One if by land and two if by sea." On the night of April 18th, the British soldiers began to move. They decided to cross the river by boat, so two lanterns were hung in the church tower. Paul Revere saw the signal. He was ready. He had already arranged to have a fast horse waiting for him on the other side of the river. He and two other riders, William Dawes and Samuel Prescott, set out on different paths to warn the people. They did not want just one person to carry the message. If one was caught, the others could still get through. Paul Revere rode through the night. He stopped at every house and village he passed. He knocked on doors and shouted the warning, "The regulars are out," meaning the British soldiers were coming. He told the local militia captains to alert their men. His ride was not a quiet, secret journey. It was loud and urgent. He wanted to wake people up and get them ready to fight. Thanks to his warning, the militia in Lexington and Concord were prepared when the British soldiers arrived the next morning. Revere's ride was successful, but it did not end perfectly. He was actually captured by a British patrol before he could reach Concord. But his message had already spread far and wide. The other riders had continued the work. The warnings led to the first battles of the American Revolution the very next day at Lexington and Concord. Paul Revere's ride is a symbol of American courage and resourcefulness. It shows how one person's brave action can make a big difference. He was not a famous general. He was an ordinary man who did an extraordinary thing. His ride helped ensure that the colonists were not taken by surprise. It was the alarm bell that started the war for independence. The warnings from Paul Revere and the other riders spread quickly through the Massachusetts countryside. When the sun rose on the morning of April 19, 1775, it was not a normal day. This was the day the fighting would begin. The first shots of the American Revolution were fired in two small towns, Lexington and Concord. It was not a big, planned battle between two armies. It was a series of small fights that started a big war. The British soldiers, hundreds of them in their bright red coats, marched first to Lexington. They wanted to capture the rebel leaders Samuel Adams and John Hancock. When they arrived in Lexington, they found a small group of about 77 colonial militiamen waiting for them on the village green. These men were not professional soldiers. They were farmers and tradesmen with their own guns. They were called Minutemen because they were ready to fight at a minute's notice. The British officer shouted, "Lay down your arms, you rebels, and disperse." This meant he wanted them to put down their guns and go home. The colonial captain, John Parker, knew his men were badly outnumbered. He told them to stand their ground but not to fire unless fired upon. Then, a shot rang out. No one knows for sure who fired that first shot. It became known as the shot heard round the world because it started a war that changed history. After that first shot, the British soldiers fired a volley, many guns at once, and then charged with their bayonets. The fighting was over in just a few minutes. 8 Minutemen were killed and 10 were wounded. The British had only 1 soldier wounded. The Redcoats marched on, feeling confident, to Concord. Their main job was to find and destroy the colonists' military supplies. In Concord, the colonists had hidden most of their supplies, but the British soldiers did find some cannons and wooden gun carriages. They burned them. From a hill outside the town, the colonial militia watched the smoke rise. They thought the British were burning the whole town. They decided to march toward the North Bridge in Concord to confront the British soldiers holding the bridge. As the colonists advanced, the British soldiers fired warning shots, and then they fired at the militia. This time, the militia fired back. In this brief fight, several British soldiers were killed or wounded. The colonists were surprised by their own success. They had stood up to the mighty British army and pushed them back. Now the British soldiers began their long march back to Boston. This was the most dangerous part of their day. The colonial militia did not fight them in a straight line. They used a method the Native Americans had taught them. They hid behind trees, rocks, and stone walls along the road. As the long red line of British soldiers marched back, the colonists fired at them from their hiding places. It was like a nightmare for the British. They could not see their enemy clearly. Men were falling, shot from hidden positions. The march became a retreat, and the retreat became a rout. The British soldiers were tired, scared, and running low on ammunition. Only the arrival of fresh British troops from Boston saved them from a complete disaster. By the end of the day, the British had lost many men. The colonists had shown that they could and would fight. The news of the battles spread like wildfire to the other colonies. It was clear now that this was not just a protest. It was a war. Farmers and shopkeepers had stood up to one of the best armies in the world. The fight for freedom had truly begun. The battles of Lexington and Concord were small, but their meaning was huge. They proved that the American colonists were willing to die for their rights. They ignited a revolution that would create a new nation. After the fights at Lexington and Concord, the colonies knew they were at war with Britain. But they were not a united country with a real army. They had local militias, but these were not trained soldiers. To fight the powerful British army, they needed a real army. They needed a leader. In June of 1775, leaders from all 13 colonies met in Philadelphia. This meeting was called the Second Continental Congress. They had a very important decision to make. Who would lead this new army, the Continental Army? After much discussion, they chose a man from Virginia named George Washington. Why did they choose him? And who was this man who would become the father of his country? George Washington was not the most famous or the most educated man at the Congress, but he had something very important: experience. He was tall and strong and looked like a leader. More importantly, he had been a soldier before. As a young man, he had fought for the British in the French and Indian War. He had learned about military discipline and he had seen battle. He knew how to lead men. He was also from Virginia, which was the largest and richest colony. Choosing a leader from Virginia would help unite the colonies, especially the southern colonies, with the New England colonies where the fighting had started. There was another reason. George Washington was a man of character. People trusted him. He was quiet, serious, and honest. He did not talk too much, but when he spoke, people listened. He was not a king who wanted power for himself. He believed in the cause of American liberty. The Congress knew they needed a leader who would not become a tyrant. They wanted a citizen soldier, a man who would serve his country and then return to his farm when the war was over. Washington was that man. When he was offered the command, Washington accepted. But he told the Congress that he did not feel he was good enough for such a big job. He promised to try his best, and he refused to take any pay for his service. He would only ask the Congress to pay for his expenses. This act showed everyone that he was serving for duty, not for money. Washington left Philadelphia and went to Boston to take command of the army there. What he found was a mess. The men were not soldiers, they were volunteers who had left their farms and shops. They had little training. They did not have enough guns, not enough gunpowder, and not enough uniforms. Many men were sick. There was no system for getting food or supplies. The army was disorganized. Washington's first job was to create an army out of this crowd of enthusiastic but undisciplined men. It was a huge task. He worked day and night. He created rules and regulations. He trained the men. He punished those who disobeyed. He wrote many letters to the Congress, begging for more supplies and more men. It was a very difficult time. But slowly, he began to shape the Continental Army. The men started to respect him. They saw that he was fair but firm. They saw that he shared their hardships. He was always there with them. Washington's leadership was tested many times in the long years of war that followed. He lost more battles than he won, but he never gave up. He kept the army together through the coldest winters and the hardest times. His greatest strength was not winning battles, but perseverance. He persevered. He never surrendered. He held the army together until the time was right for victory. The decision to make George Washington the general was one of the most important decisions of the Revolution. He was the glue that held the American cause together. The winter of 1777-1778 was a turning point in the American Revolution. It was not a battle, but it was a test of strength and spirit for George Washington's army. After losing battles around Philadelphia, the Continental Army needed a place to rest for the winter. They chose Valley Forge in Pennsylvania. The name Valley Forge now reminds people of great suffering and great courage. It was here that the army almost fell apart, but instead, it became stronger. The conditions at Valley Forge were terrible. The soldiers built small log huts for shelter, but the huts were cold and damp. There was not enough food. The men were hungry. They often had only a small piece of hard bread called fire cake to eat. This was just flour and water mixed together and cooked over a fire. There were very few vegetables or meat. Because of this poor diet, the soldiers became weak and sick. Diseases like smallpox and typhoid fever spread through the camp. There was not enough medicine or doctors. Thousands of soldiers died from sickness and hunger that winter. It was a very sad and difficult time. The soldiers did not have proper clothes either. Many men had no shoes. When you walked through the camp, you could see bloody footprints in the snow from men whose feet were cut and frozen. They wrapped their feet in rags, but it was not enough. They had thin, torn uniforms that did not keep them warm. Imagine trying to survive a cold winter with no shoes and a thin coat. It was almost impossible. Why was there such a big problem with supplies? The American government, the Continental Congress, was new and weak. It did not have much money or power. It was very difficult to get food and clothes to the army. Some farmers near Valley Forge did not want to sell their food to the army for the paper money the Congress used. They preferred to sell it to the British, who paid with gold. This was very discouraging for the soldiers. They were fighting for their country, but their own people were not helping them. Through all this suffering, George Washington stayed with his men. He lived in a small house near the camp. He worked constantly to try to get supplies. He wrote angry letters to the Congress, asking for help. He shared the hardships of his soldiers. His leadership during this terrible time was very important. He did not give up, and so his men did not give up either. They respected him and trusted him. Then something good happened. A man from Prussia, a country in Europe, came to Valley Forge. His name was Baron von Steuben. He was a professional soldier who knew how to train an army. Washington asked him to train the Continental Army. Von Steuben did not speak much English, but he was full of energy. He started to drill the soldiers every day. He taught them how to march together, how to use their bayonets, and how to fight like a real European army. He taught them discipline and pride. The soldiers were tired and hungry, but they learned. Slowly, the ragged group of men began to look and act like a real army. When spring came, the army marched out of Valley Forge. They were different. They were thinner, and many of their friends were gone, but they were stronger in spirit. They were now a disciplined fighting force. They had survived the impossible. The hard winter at Valley Forge did not break the American army. It forged it, like metal in a fire, into a stronger weapon. It created a bond between the soldiers and their general that would last forever. It was one of the most important moments in the fight for American freedom. The fighting had begun, but for the first year, the colonies were not fighting for independence. They were fighting for their rights as British subjects. They hoped the king would understand their problems and change the bad laws. But by the summer of 1776, many people believed that hope was gone. They decided it was time to separate from Britain completely. They decided to declare their independence. This was a huge and dangerous step. To declare independence was an act of treason against the British crown. The men who signed the document knew they could be hanged if the revolution failed. A brilliant man named Thomas Jefferson, only 33 years old, was given the job of writing the Declaration of Independence. He worked for 2 weeks in a rented room in Philadelphia, writing and rewriting. He wanted to explain to the whole world why the American colonies were taking this dramatic step. The document he wrote is one of the most important in human history. Its words are still powerful today. The Declaration of Independence has 4 main parts. The first part is the introduction, called the preamble. It says that when one group of people must separate from another, they should explain their reasons to the world. It says that it is only right and respectful to do so. The second part is the most famous. It talks about philosophy and human rights. It says that all men are created equal. This was a revolutionary idea at the time. In Europe, kings and nobles were thought to be better than common people, but Jefferson wrote that everyone is born with the same basic rights. He called these unalienable rights. That means rights that cannot be taken away. He said these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This means everyone has the right to live, to be free, and to try to find a good life. Then, the document explains the purpose of government. It says that governments are created by people to protect these rights. The government gets its power from the consent of the governed. This means from the agreement of the people it rules. If a government does a bad job and hurts these rights instead of protecting them, then the people have the right to change or abolish that government and create a new one. This was the colonists' main argument. They believed the British government, especially King George III, had become destructive to their rights. The third part of the Declaration is a long list of complaints against King George III. It is like a list of charges against him in a court of law. Jefferson wrote down all the ways the colonists felt the king had been a tyrant. He said the king refused to pass good laws. He said the king interfered with their local governments. He said the king kept a standing army in the colonies in times of peace without their consent. He said the king cut off their trade with other parts of the world. He said the king imposed taxes on them without their consent. The list goes on and on. The purpose of this list was to prove that the king was a bad ruler who did not deserve their loyalty. The fourth and final part is the actual declaration. It says that because of all these reasons, the colonies are now free and independent states. They have the full power to make war, make peace, make alliances, and do all the things that independent countries do. The signers pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to this cause. This was a promise that they were willing to lose everything for freedom. On July 4, 1776, the Continental Congress approved the final version of the Declaration of Independence. The bell in the Philadelphia State House rang out. We now call it the Liberty Bell. Copies were printed and sent to all the colonies. People read it aloud in town squares. There were cheers and celebrations. The Declaration of Independence gave the Revolution a new and clear purpose. It was no longer a fight just about taxes. It was now a fight to create a new nation, based on the idea that all people are created equal and have the right to govern themselves. It was the birth certificate of the United States of America. The American colonists were fighting one of the most powerful nations in the world. It was a very uneven fight. The British Army was professional, well-supplied, and had a powerful navy. The Continental Army was often hungry, poorly equipped, and had little military experience. How could the Americans hope to win? They needed help from a powerful friend. And they found one, an unlikely friend across the ocean: France. Why would France, a great European kingdom, help the American rebels? The reason was not really about freedom or the ideas in the Declaration of Independence. The main reason was that France was Britain's old enemy. Just a few years earlier, in the French and Indian War, Britain had defeated France and taken away its territory in North America. The French government was still angry about this loss. They saw the American Revolution as a chance to weaken Britain. If Britain lost its American colonies, it would become poorer and less powerful. This was a perfect opportunity for France to get revenge. Even before the Declaration of Independence, some Americans knew they needed foreign help. In 1776, the Continental Congress sent a man named Silas Deane to France to secretly ask for support. Then, in late 1776, they sent one of the most famous Americans, Benjamin Franklin, to Paris. Franklin was already a world-famous scientist and thinker. In Paris, he became a celebrity. People loved him. He did not dress like a fancy aristocrat. He wore simple clothes and a fur hat. The French people thought he represented the simple, honest spirit of America. His popularity was a great help to the American cause. At first, the French government was cautious. They did not want to openly support the Americans unless they were sure the Americans had a chance to win. The French king, Louis XVI, did not really like the idea of helping a rebellion against a king. It was a dangerous idea for his own power. So, at first, France gave secret aid. They did not say the aid was from the French government. They sent money, guns, gunpowder, tents, and clothes through a fake company. This secret help was very important, especially during the hard winter at Valley Forge. Then, in 1777, something important happened. The American army won a big victory at the Battle of Saratoga. They forced a large British army to surrender. This victory proved to the world that the Americans could win a major battle. When the news reached France, it changed everything. The French government decided it was time to officially support the United States. In 1778, France and the United States signed 2 treaties. The first was a treaty of amity and commerce. This meant France officially recognized the United States as an independent country and agreed to trade with it. The second was a treaty of alliance. This was a military agreement. It said that if France and Britain went to war because of this treaty, France and the United States would fight together. They promised not to stop fighting until American independence was won. Very soon after signing, France and Britain were at war. French help made a huge difference. The French Navy became very important. It challenged British control of the seas. This meant the British could not easily move their troops and supplies along the American coast. Most importantly, the French Navy trapped a British army at Yorktown, Virginia, in 1781. French ships blocked the British from escaping by sea. At the same time, American and French soldiers surrounded the British on land. The British general, Cornwallis, had to surrender. This was the last major battle of the war. France also sent soldiers and officers to America. The most famous was the Marquis de Lafayette. He was a young, idealistic French nobleman who believed in the American cause of liberty. He became a general in the Continental Army and a close friend of George Washington. He fought bravely and used his own money to help the American army. Other French officers also came and used their military experience to help train and lead the American troops. Without the help from France, it is very possible the American Revolution would have failed. The money, the weapons, the navy, and the soldiers from France gave the United States the power it needed to win. The alliance with France turned a colonial rebellion into an international war. It was a key factor in the American victory and the birth of a new nation. The victory at Yorktown in 1781 was the last big battle of the American Revolution, but the war did not officially end there. The British Army still held important cities like New York, Charleston, and Savannah. However, after Yorktown, the British people and the British government were tired of the war. It had lasted for more than 6 years. It was expensive, and many British soldiers had died. In London, the government changed, and the new leaders wanted to make peace. So peace talks began in the city of Paris, the capital of France. It took a long time to agree on a peace treaty. The talks started in 1782 and lasted for almost a year. The Americans sent a group of men to negotiate for them. The most important of these men were Benjamin Franklin, John Adams, and John Jay. They were smart and experienced. They knew this was a historic moment. They had to get the best possible deal for the new United States. The negotiations were complicated. Several countries were involved. France and Spain were also at war with Britain and were part of the talks. France was America's ally, but its interests were not exactly the same as America's. For example, France wanted to keep the United States weak so that it would depend on France. Spain wanted to get the land between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. The American negotiators had to be careful. They had to work for America's interests, even if it sometimes meant working against their allies. The American team did a brilliant job. They secretly started talking directly with the British without telling the French. The British were ready to make a generous peace. Why? They wanted to break the alliance between the United States and France. They hoped that if they gave the Americans a good deal, the new country would become a good trading partner with Britain in the future. It was a smart business decision. Finally, on September 3, 1783, the Treaty of Paris was signed. The United States and Britain agreed to the terms. It was a great victory for the United States. Let's look at the most important parts of the treaty. First, and most importantly, Great Britain recognized the United States as a free, sovereign, and independent country. This was the official end of the war and the birth of the United States of America as a nation in the eyes of the world. Second, the treaty set the borders of the new country. The United States would be much larger than just the 13 original colonies. The western border was the Mississippi River. The southern border was Spanish Florida. The northern border was Canada. This was a huge amount of land. It doubled the size of the country. Most of this land was not yet settled by Americans, but it was now theirs to grow into. Third, the treaty gave Americans the right to fish in the waters off the coast of Newfoundland and Canada. This was very important for the economy of New England. Fourth, the British promised to remove their soldiers from all American territory with all convenient speed. This was important to make sure the new country was truly free. There were also some problems the treaty did not solve very well. For example, it said that Americans should pay back the debts they owed to British merchants from before the war. It also said that the Congress would earnestly recommend that the states return the property taken from Loyalists. Loyalists were Americans who had supported the British during the war. Many of them had their farms and houses taken away. But the American government was weak, and the states often ignored this recommendation. This caused hard feelings. When the news of the treaty reached America, people celebrated. They were happy the long war was over. They were proud of their new country. George Washington, the great general, said goodbye to his officers and soldiers and went home to his farm in Virginia. He wanted to show that he was a citizen, not a king. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 was a monumental achievement. Against all odds, a group of colonies had defeated a global empire and won their independence. The war was over. The dream of freedom was now a reality. But a big question remained: how would these 13 separate states govern themselves? The next great challenge was about to begin: building a nation. The war was over. America was free. But now came a very big problem: how to govern this new country. The 13 states were like 13 little countries. They needed to work together, but they also wanted to keep their own power and freedom. The first American government was created by a document called the Articles of Confederation. Confederation means a group of states that agree to work together, but each state keeps its own independence. This first government had some good ideas, but it was very weak. In fact, it was too weak. The problems grew until many people feared the new nation would break apart. let's look at the main problems with the Articles of Confederation. The biggest problem was that the central government had no power. It was like a parent with no authority over their children. The government could not tax the states or the people. It could only ask the states for money. Can you guess what happened? Often, the states said no. They did not want to give their money to a central government. Because of this, the American government was always poor. It could not pay the soldiers who had fought in the Revolution. It could not pay back the money it had borrowed from other countries, like France. This was very embarrassing and dangerous. A country that cannot pay its debts is not respected. Another big problem was that there was no president or king. There was no single leader to make quick decisions or to lead the country. There was only a Congress where each state had one vote. To pass an important law, 9 of the 13 states had to agree. This was very difficult. To change the Articles of Confederation itself, all 13 states had to agree. This was almost impossible, so the government could not fix its own problems. It was stuck. The government also had no power over trade between the states. This caused a lot of arguments. For example, one state might put a tax on goods coming from another state. It was like each state was a separate country with its own border controls. This made trade difficult and expensive. It also meant the government could not make trade agreements with other countries. When Britain put restrictions on American trade, the U.S. government could not do anything about it because it had no power to make a unified response. There were also problems with money. The central government could print money, but so could each individual state. There were many different kinds of paper money, and most of it was worthless. People did not trust it. They wanted to be paid in gold or silver. This confusion made business very difficult. Perhaps the most frightening problem was Shays' Rebellion. In 1786, a farmer and former soldier named Daniel Shays led a rebellion in Massachusetts. Many farmers were poor and in debt after the war. The state government was taking their farms away because they could not pay their taxes. Shays and his followers closed down courts to stop the government from taking their land. The state militia stopped the rebellion, but the weak central government could do nothing to help. It had no army to send. This event scared many important people, like George Washington. They saw that the government was too weak to keep order and protect its citizens. If a small rebellion could cause so much trouble, what would happen if a bigger one started? Because of all these problems, some leaders began to think that the Articles of Confederation were a failure. They believed that the United States needed a stronger central government. They wanted a government that could tax, could control trade, could pay its debts, and could protect the people. They decided to meet in Philadelphia to talk about changing the government. This meeting became known as the Constitutional Convention. It was a desperate attempt to fix the young nation before it was too late. The problems of the first government showed them that freedom without a strong enough government could lead to chaos. The problems with the Articles of Confederation were so serious that leaders from the states decided to meet and discuss solutions. In the summer of 1787, 55 men traveled to Philadelphia. The meeting was held in the same building where the Declaration of Independence was signed, the Pennsylvania State House. We now call it Independence Hall. This meeting became the Constitutional Convention. Its original purpose was to revise or change the Articles of Confederation. But very quickly, the delegates decided to do something much bigger. They decided to throw out the old government and write a completely new plan for a new government. This was a secret and very important meeting. The windows were closed even though it was a hot summer, so no one outside could hear their discussions. Who were these men? They are often called the Founding Fathers. They were not perfect. They were lawyers, farmers, businessmen, and soldiers. Some were young, some were old. The most famous one was George Washington. He was so respected that the other delegates chose him to be the president of the convention. He sat in a special chair at the front of the room. Another very important man was James Madison from Virginia. He was small and quiet, but he was a brilliant thinker. He read many books about government before the convention and came with a plan. He is often called the father of the Constitution because his ideas were so influential. Benjamin Franklin was also there. He was 81 years old, the oldest delegate. He was wise and often helped calm people down when they argued. The convention was not easy. The men argued a lot. They came from big states and small states from the North and the South. They had different interests. The biggest argument was about representation in the new government. How would the states be represented in the Congress? The big states, like Virginia and Pennsylvania, wanted representation based on population. This meant a state with more people would have more votes. This was called the Virginia Plan. The small states, like New Jersey and Delaware, did not like this. They were afraid the big states would control everything. They wanted each state to have the same number of votes, no matter its size. This was called the New Jersey Plan. For weeks, they could not agree. The convention was in danger of failing. Then, they found a compromise. A compromise is an agreement where each side gives up a little of what it wants. Roger Sherman from Connecticut suggested a great compromise. It is called the Great Compromise or the Connecticut Compromise. The idea was to have a Congress with two parts or two houses. The first house would be the House of Representatives. Here, the number of representatives for each state would be based on its population. States with more people would have more representatives. This made the big states happy. The second house would be the Senate. Here, every state would have the same number of representatives, 2 senators per state. This made the small states happy. This was a brilliant solution. It saved the convention. There were other big arguments, especially about slavery. The southern states wanted to count their enslaved population when figuring out how many representatives they should have in the House, but they did not want to count enslaved people for taxation. The northern states disagreed. They reached another ugly compromise. They decided that for representation and taxation, an enslaved person would count as 3/5 of a person. This was the 3/5 compromise. It was a terrible moral failure, but the southern states would not agree to the Constitution without it. After 4 long months of debate and hard work, the new Constitution was finally finished. On September 17, 1787, the delegates gathered to sign the final document. Not everyone was happy with it. Some delegates had already left, but most of them believed it was much better than the Articles of Confederation. Benjamin Franklin gave a famous speech. He said that he did not agree with every part of the Constitution, but he was going to support it. He said, "I consent to this Constitution because I expect no better, and because I am not sure that it is not the best." He asked every delegate to doubt a little of his own perfect judgment and put his name on the document. 39 of the delegates signed it. The work was done. Now, the new Constitution had to be sent to the states for approval. The fight for a new government was over, but the fight to get the states to accept it was just beginning. After the long and difficult convention in Philadelphia, the delegates created a new plan for the American government. This plan is called the United States Constitution. But what is it exactly? Think of it as the most important rule book for the country. It is the supreme law of the land. That means no other law can go against it. It is like the rules for a very big game where the game is running a country. It explains how the government works, what it can do, and very importantly, what it cannot do. It also protects the rights and freedoms of the people. The Constitution has three main parts. The first part is called the preamble. This is a short, beautiful introduction that explains the purpose of the government. It begins with the famous words, "We the people of the United States." This is very important. It says that the power of the government comes from the people, not from a king or a small group of leaders. The preamble lists the goals of the new nation: to form a more perfect union, to establish justice, to ensure peace at home, to provide for defense, to promote the general welfare, and to secure liberty for themselves and their children. The second and longest part of the Constitution is the 7 Articles. These articles create the structure of the government and explain the rules for it. Let's look at what the most important articles do. Article I creates the legislative branch. This is the part of the government that makes the laws. We call this branch Congress. Congress is divided into 2 parts: the House of Representatives and the Senate, just like the Great Compromise decided. This article explains how members of Congress are chosen, what powers Congress has, and what it is not allowed to do. Article 2 creates the executive branch. This branch carries out, or executes, the laws. The head of this branch is the President of the United States. This article explains how the President is elected through the Electoral College, what the President's powers are, and that the President is also the Commander-in-Chief of the military. Article 3 creates the judicial branch. This branch interprets the laws. This means it decides what the laws mean and whether they follow the rules of the Constitution. The highest court in this branch is the Supreme Court. The other articles talk about other important things. For example, one article says that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Another article explains how the Constitution can be changed. The founders knew that the world would change, so they created a way to update the rulebook. This process is called amendment. It is not easy to amend the Constitution, and that is on purpose. They wanted changes to be carefully considered. This brings us to the third main part of the Constitution, the amendments. An amendment is a change or an addition to the Constitution. The first 10 amendments are called the Bill of Rights. Many people were worried that the new central government was too powerful. They wanted a list of rights that the government could never take away from the people. So, James Madison wrote these first 10 amendments. They include freedoms like freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, the right to bear arms, and the right to a fair trial. Since then, only 17 more amendments have been added over more than 200 years. This shows how difficult it is to change the Constitution. Some very important amendments ended slavery, gave women the right to vote, and guaranteed equal rights for all citizens. So, in simple terms, the U.S. Constitution is the basic rule book for the American government. It sets up the 3 branches of government so that no single branch has too much power. It guarantees the rights of the people. It is a living document that has guided the United States for over 200 years. It is the foundation of the American nation. The men who wrote the Constitution were very smart. They had just fought a war against a king with too much power. They did not want to create a new American government where one person or one group could become too powerful and take away people's freedom. So, they came up with a brilliant idea: separation of powers. They divided the government into 3 separate branches. Each branch has its own job and its own powers. The 3 branches are like 3 legs of a stool. They work together to hold up the government, and if one leg is too weak or too strong, the stool will fall over. Let's meet these 3 branches. The first branch is the legislative branch. Its job is to make the laws. This branch is called Congress. Congress is divided into 2 parts, the House of Representatives and the Senate. The House of Representatives is based on population. States with more people have more representatives. The Senate has 2 senators from every state, no matter how big or small the state is. So, if a person has an idea for a new law, they tell their representative or senator. The idea is written down as a bill. The bill is discussed and voted on in both the House and the Senate. If most people in both houses vote yes, the bill goes to the next branch. Congress also has other important jobs. It decides how the government will spend money. It can declare war, and it has the power to check or limit the power of the other 2 branches. The second branch is the executive branch. Its job is to carry out the laws to execute them. The head of this branch is the President of the United States. The President is like the manager of the country. It is the President's job to make sure the laws that Congress makes are followed. The President is also the Commander-in-Chief of the military. The President can sign bills from Congress to make them law, or he can veto them. A veto means the President says no to the bill. But Congress can override a veto if 2/3 of its members vote for the bill again. The President also meets with leaders from other countries and makes treaties, but the Senate must agree to them. The executive branch is not just the President. It also includes the Vice President and the Cabinet. The Cabinet is a group of people who help the President run different parts of the government, like the Department of Education or the Department of Defense. The third branch is the judicial branch. Its job is to interpret the laws. This means it explains what the laws mean and decides if they are following the rules of the Constitution. The most important part of this branch is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is the highest court in the country. There are 9 judges, called justices, on the Supreme Court. They are chosen by the President and approved by the Senate. Once they get the job, they can keep it for life. This is so they can make decisions without being afraid of losing their job. The Supreme Court can decide that a law made by Congress or an action by the President is unconstitutional. This means it goes against the rules in the Constitution. If that happens, the law or action is no longer valid. This is a very powerful check on the other branches. So, how do these 3 branches work together? They use a system of checks and balances. Each branch has some control over the others. This keeps any one branch from becoming too powerful. For example, the President executive can veto a law from Congress legislative, but Congress can override that veto. The Supreme Court judicial can say a law from Congress is unconstitutional, but the President appoints the justices and Congress must approve them. This system forces the branches to talk to each other and to compromise. Imagine the government is a family. Congress is the parent who makes the rules for the House. The President is the parent who makes sure the children follow the rules. The Supreme Court is the grandparent who steps in and says, "That rule isn't fair according to our family's values." They all have to work together for the family to run smoothly. This system of 3 branches with checks and balances was a new and revolutionary idea in the 1780s. It is not perfect, and sometimes it can be slow. But for more than 200 years, it has helped protect the freedom of Americans and has kept the government stable. It is one of the most important inventions of the Founding Fathers. When the new Constitution was sent to the states for approval, a big problem came up. Many people were afraid. They thought the new central government was too strong. They remembered the bad times with the British king and did not want another powerful government that could take away their rights. They wanted a list, in writing, of the freedoms that the government could never touch. Without this list, some states said they would not approve the Constitution. So, James Madison, who had helped write the Constitution, wrote a list of changes or amendments. The first 10 amendments to the Constitution are called the Bill of Rights. They were approved in 1791. These 10 amendments protect the most basic freedoms of the American people. Let's talk about what some of the most important ones mean. The First Amendment is perhaps the most famous. It protects 5 very important freedoms. It protects freedom of religion. This means the government cannot tell you what to believe in or what church to go to. It protects freedom of speech. This means you can say what you think, even if the government does not like it. It protects freedom of the press. This means newspapers and television can report the news without the government controlling it. It protects the right of people to gather together peacefully. And it protects the right of people to ask the government to change something they do not like. The Second Amendment protects the right of people to keep and bear arms, which means to own guns. This is a very debated amendment today, but at the time, people wanted to be able to have guns to protect themselves and to form militias. The Fourth Amendment protects people from unreasonable searches and seizures. This means a police officer cannot just come into your house and look through your things without a good reason. A judge must first give them a paper called a warrant that explains what they are looking for and where they can look. The Fifth Amendment protects people who are accused of a crime. It says that you cannot be tried for a serious crime without a grand jury first agreeing there is enough evidence. It also says you cannot be forced to say things that would make you seem guilty in court. This is often called pleading the fifth. Another important part says that you cannot be tried twice for the same crime. Also, the government cannot take your life, your freedom, or your property without going through the proper legal steps. This is called due process of law. The Sixth Amendment gives more rights to people accused of crimes. It guarantees the right to a speedy and public trial. This means you cannot be kept in jail for a long time without a trial. You have the right to a lawyer to help you. You also have the right to know what crime you are accused of and to see and question the people who say you did it. The Eighth Amendment says that the government cannot demand excessive bail or give cruel and unusual punishments. This means that if you are arrested, the money you pay to get out of jail before your trial cannot be too high. It also means that punishments for crimes must be fair and not too brutal. The other amendments in the Bill of Rights are also important. The Third Amendment says that you do not have to let soldiers live in your house in times of peace. The Seventh Amendment deals with the right to a jury in certain civil court cases. The Ninth Amendment says that just because a right is not listed in the Constitution does not mean people do not have that right. The 10th Amendment says that any power not given to the federal government by the Constitution belongs to the states or to the people. The Bill of Rights is like a shield. It protects individual people from the power of the government. It makes sure that in the United States, the people are the boss, and the government works for them. These 10 amendments are the foundation of American liberty. They remind the government that its power comes from the people, and that the people have certain freedoms that can never be taken away. The new Constitution was now the law of the land. It was time to put the new government into action. The first and most important job was to choose the first president. There was no question in anyone's mind about who it should be: George Washington. He was the hero of the Revolution, a man everyone trusted. After him, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson would lead the young nation. These first 3 presidents were very different men, but each one helped shape the office of the presidency and the future of the United States. George Washington was elected president in 1789 without any opposition. People had so much faith in him. He did not want the job. He was happy at his farm, Mount Vernon. But he felt it was his duty to serve his country again. As the first president, every decision he made was important because it would set an example or a precedent for all future presidents. He was careful not to act like a king. He knew the whole world was watching. One of his most important decisions was to create a cabinet. The Constitution did not mention a cabinet, but Washington appointed smart men to help him run the different parts of the government. He chose Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State to handle relations with other countries. He chose Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury to manage the country's money. These 2 men had very different ideas about how America should grow, and they often argued. Washington listened to both sides and then made his own decision. Washington served 2 terms or 8 years as president. He could have served for life, but he chose to step down. This was a hugely important act. He showed that in America, the president is not a king. Power should peacefully pass from one leader to the next. In his farewell speech, he warned the country against 2 things. First, he warned against the spirit of party, meaning he was worried that political parties would divide the nation. Second, he warned against getting too involved in the political problems of European countries. He wanted America to focus on its own development. After Washington, John Adams became the second president. He was a brilliant and stubborn man from Massachusetts. He was the first president to live in the White House, though it was not finished when he moved in. His presidency was a difficult time. America was almost drawn into a war with France. To silence his critics, Adams supported laws called the Alien and Sedition Acts. The Sedition Act made it a crime to say or write anything false, scandalous, and malicious against the government. Many people thought this law went against the First Amendment's guarantee of free speech. This made Adams very unpopular. He served only 1 term. The election of 1800 brought Thomas Jefferson to power. It was a bitter election between Jefferson and Adams. Interestingly, they were once good friends, but became political enemies. Jefferson's election was a big change. He believed in a very different kind of government than Adams and Washington. He wanted a government that was small and weak. He thought the best government was the one that governed the least. He wanted America to be a country of independent farmers, not a big industrial power with a strong central government. Even though he believed in a small government, Jefferson did one of the biggest things any president has ever done. He bought a huge piece of land from France called the Louisiana Purchase. This doubled the size of the United States overnight. He then sent Lewis and Clark on an expedition to explore this new land. This was a great achievement for his presidency. Jefferson also tried to be a simple, common man. He walked to his inauguration instead of riding in a fancy carriage. He did not have formal parties at the White House. He let people come and go as they pleased. His style was very different from the formal manners of Washington and Adams. These first three presidents defined what it meant to be an American leader. Washington set the standard for strength and integrity. Adams showed the challenges of leading a divided country. Jefferson showed that power could peacefully change hands from one political party to another. They started the American experiment in democracy, and their work and their mistakes helped guide the nation on its long path forward. In the early 1800s, the United States was a young country, and most Americans lived near the East Coast. The land to the west was a mystery. It was a vast, open space full of possibilities. Then, in 1803, something amazing happened. President Thomas Jefferson made a deal that changed the map of America forever. He bought a huge piece of land from France. This deal is called the Louisiana Purchase. With one signature, the United States doubled in size. It was one of the best real estate deals in history. Why did France want to sell this land? The ruler of France was Napoleon Bonaparte. He was a great soldier who wanted to build a big empire. He had gotten this land back from Spain, and he had a dream of a French empire in North America. But there was a problem. A rebellion led by former slaves in the French colony of Saint-Domingue, which is now Haiti, had cost France many soldiers and a lot of money. Napoleon was also getting ready for a new war in Europe. He needed money for his army. He decided that his dream of an American empire was too expensive and too difficult. So, he offered to sell all of the Louisiana Territory to the United States. President Jefferson was very surprised. He had only wanted to buy the city of New Orleans and the land around it. New Orleans was a very important port at the mouth of the Mississippi River. American farmers used the Mississippi River to send their goods to market. Whoever controlled New Orleans could control this trade. Jefferson wanted to make sure America had access to this vital port. When Napoleon's offer came to buy not just New Orleans, but all of the Louisiana Territory, Jefferson was shocked. The price was $15 million. That sounds like a lot of money, but it was only about 4 cents an acre for all that land. It was an incredible opportunity. But Jefferson had a problem. He was a man who believed in following the Constitution exactly as it was written. The Constitution did not say anything about the president having the power to buy new land. Jefferson struggled with this. He believed the government should only do what the Constitution specifically said it could do. But this was a chance to double the size of the country and secure its future. He finally decided that the power to make treaties was in the Constitution, and this purchase could be considered a treaty. He set aside his strict principles for the good of the nation. The Louisiana Purchase was a huge piece of land. It stretched from the Mississippi River all the way to the Rocky Mountains. It included all or part of what would become 15 future American states. Think about states like Louisiana, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, Nebraska, South Dakota, and much more. It was so big that no one really knew what was there. The land was home to many Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. They were not asked about the sale. For them, it was not France's land to sell. To learn about this new land, Jefferson sent an expedition, a team of explorers led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their journey is one of the great adventure stories in American history. They traveled for 2 years, all the way to the Pacific Ocean and back. They made maps, They met and traded with Native American tribes, and they wrote about the plants and animals they saw. Their reports told the American people about the wonders of the West. The Louisiana Purchase was a turning point. It gave America room to grow. It opened the door for millions of people to move west and start new lives. It made the United States a much larger and more powerful nation. It was a bold move by President Jefferson, a dream of a bigger America that became a reality. President Jefferson had just bought a huge piece of land, but nobody knew what was in it. The maps were blank. What rivers were there? What mountains? What animals and plants? Were there volcanoes? Most importantly, was there a water route across the continent to the Pacific Ocean? Jefferson wanted answers. He chose his personal secretary, Meriwether Lewis, to lead an expedition. Lewis then asked his friend, William Clark, to be his co-leader. Their mission was to explore the new Louisiana Purchase, find a route to the Pacific, make maps, study the plants and animals, and make friends with the Native American tribes. Their journey is one of the greatest adventure stories in American history. In the spring of 1804, the Corps of Discovery started their journey. The group had about 40 men. They left from near St. Louis and traveled up the Missouri River in a big keelboat and 2 smaller boats. The trip upstream was slow and hard. The men had to row, push with long poles, or sometimes even pull the boats with ropes from the riverbank. The work was exhausting. They met their first Native American tribes in the autumn. They gave the chiefs peace medals with Jefferson's picture on them and told them that their land now belonged to a new, great father in Washington. The tribes were often friendly, but they did not understand how land could be bought and sold. The winter of 1804-1805 was very cold. They built a fort called Fort Mandan in what is now North Dakota. Here, they met a French-Canadian fur trader named Toussaint Charbonneau and his young Shoshone wife, Sacagawea. She would become a crucial member of the team. She was only about 16 years old and was pregnant. When her son, Jean-Baptiste, was born, she carried him on her back for the rest of the journey. Sacagawea was a huge help. She was an interpreter. She could speak Shoshone and other languages. Her presence was also a signal to other tribes. A war party would not travel with a woman and a baby, so her being there showed that Lewis and Clark's group came in peace. In the spring, they continued west. The journey became even more difficult. They reached the great waterfalls of the Missouri River, the Great Falls. They had to carry their boats and all their supplies for 18 miles around the waterfalls. It took them a month. Then they reached the Rocky Mountains. The mountains were much higher and harder to cross than they had imagined. They were running out of food. They had to eat their horses to survive. Just when things looked very bad, they met the Shoshone tribe. And the chief of the tribe was Sacagawea's brother. This was an incredible piece of luck. Because of this family connection, the Shoshone agreed to sell them horses, which they needed to cross the mountains. After crossing the dangerous Rockies, the landscape changed. They found rivers that flowed west. They built new canoes and traveled down the Clearwater River, then the Snake River, and finally into the mighty Columbia River. The river carried them to their goal. In November 1805, William Clark wrote in his journal, "Ocean in view. Oh, the joy!" They had reached the Pacific Ocean. They built a fort, Fort Clatsop, and spent a wet, miserable winter on the coast. In the spring of 1806, they began the long journey home. The return trip was faster, but they split into groups to explore more land. There was a scary moment when Lewis was shot in the leg during a fight with the Blackfeet tribe, but they all made it back. They returned to St. Louis in September 1806. Everyone had thought they were dead. Their return was a great celebration. The Lewis and Clark expedition was a great success. They did not find an all-water route across the continent, but they made detailed maps of their trail. They described 178 new plants and 122 new animals. They made contact with many Native American tribes. Most importantly, they brought back knowledge. They showed Americans that the West was a land of great beauty and even greater potential. Their adventure inspired a whole nation to look west and dream of a country that stretched from sea to sea. After Lewis and Clark showed the way, a great movement of people began. In the 1840s and 1850s, thousands of American families packed their lives into covered wagons and headed west. They were following a path that became known as the Oregon Trail. They were looking for a new life, for free land, for adventure, and for a fresh start. The journey was long, about 2,000 miles, and it took them 5 to 6 months. It was one of the most difficult trips imaginable, a true test of courage and strength. Imagine saying goodbye to your home, knowing you would probably never see it again. Families sold their farms and their belongings. They bought a strong wagon, which became their home on wheels. They covered it with a white canvas cloth to protect them from the sun and rain. They filled the wagon with food, tools, and clothes. They needed about 1,000 pounds of food for a family of 4. They brought flour, bacon, coffee, sugar, and dried fruit. They had no refrigerators, so the food had to last without going bad. They also brought a milk cow if they could, and they walked alongside the wagon for most of the journey. The wagon was too full, and the road was too rough for people to ride inside. The trail started in Independence, Missouri, and stretched all the way to the fertile valleys of Oregon. The landscape was beautiful but dangerous. There were wide, flat plains with tall grass. Then there were big, dusty deserts. And finally, there were huge, rocky mountains to cross. The travelers had to cross many rivers. River crossings were some of the most frightening moments. The rivers were often deep and fast. Wheels could get stuck in the mud. Sometimes, wagons turned over in the water, and people lost all their supplies or even drowned. They had to take the wheels off the wagon and float it across like a boat, or they paid a local trader to use a ferry. There were many dangers on the trail. Disease was the biggest killer. Cholera was a terrible sickness that spread through dirty water. It could kill a healthy person in just a few hours. Many people died from it and were buried in shallow graves along the trail. There were also accidents. Children sometimes fell under the heavy wagon wheels. People were hurt with axes or guns. There were stories of conflicts with Native American tribes, but these were actually quite rare. Most of the time, the tribes were curious or wanted to trade. The real danger came from the environment and from simple bad luck. One of the most famous landmarks on the trail was Chimney Rock. It was a tall, skinny rock that stuck out of the ground. When families saw it, they knew they were about 1/3 of the way through their journey. Another famous spot was Independence Rock. It was a huge rock that looked like a giant turtle. Travelers tried to get there by the 4th of July to be on schedule. They would carve their names into the rock. You can still see some of those names today. The hardest part of the journey was the very end. They had to get their wagons over the Rocky Mountains. The trail went up and up. It was so steep that they had to use ropes to lower the wagons down the other side. Sometimes, they had to leave furniture or other heavy things behind to make the wagon lighter. The animals were tired and thin. The people were tired and hungry. But when they finally came down into the Green Valley of Oregon, it was like heaven. They had made it. The Oregon Trail is a symbol of the American pioneer spirit. It was a journey of hope and hardship. About 400,000 people used the trail. not everyone survived. It is estimated that as many as 20,000 people died along the way, about one person for every 200 yards of the trail. They are buried along what was called the longest graveyard in America. But for those who made it, a new life was waiting. Their courage helped settle the American West and fulfill the dream of a nation that stretched from coast to coast. In January 1848, a man named James W. Marshall was building a sawmill for John Sutter in California. As he checked the water flowing through the mill's ditch, he saw something shiny at the bottom. He picked it up. It was a small piece of yellow metal. He had found gold. This discovery, in a place called Sutter's Mill, started one of the biggest and fastest movements of people in American history, the California Gold Rush. The news did not spread quickly at first, but then the governor of California saw an opportunity. He wanted to attract people to this new territory. He went to San Francisco with a bottle of gold dust and shouted, "Gold! Gold from the American River!" The news exploded. Soon, stories about the gold were in newspapers all across the United States. A man named Sam Brannan helped too. He ran through the streets of San Francisco, holding up a bottle of gold and shouting about the discovery. He owned a store that sold supplies to miners, so he became very rich by making people believe in the gold rush. When the news reached the East Coast, people went crazy. President James Polk even talked about the gold in a speech to Congress. This made it official. Suddenly, everyone wanted to go to California. These people were called 49ers because the big year of the gold rush was 1849. In that one year, over 80,000 people rushed to California. They came from all over America and all over the world. How did they get there? There were three main ways. The first way was by ship. People from the East Coast could sail all the way around the southern tip of South America. This was a very long and dangerous journey that could take 5 to 8 months. The second way was to sail to Panama, cross the jungle on foot or by mule, and then catch another ship on the Pacific side to go north to California. This was faster but very unhealthy. Many people died from diseases like malaria in the jungle. The third way was to travel overland on trails like the California Trail, a branch of the Oregon Trail. This was a long, hard journey across deserts and mountains. When the 49ers arrived in California, they found that the easy gold was already gone. The gold wasn't just lying on the ground waiting to be picked up. At first, you could find gold in the rivers by a method called panning. You would put dirt and gravel from the river into a pan with water. Then, you would swirl it around. The gold, being heavier, would sink to the bottom of the pan. But after thousands of people did this, the gold in the rivers was mostly gone. Then, miners had to work together. They used machines to wash whole hillsides away with powerful jets of water. This was called hydraulic mining. It was very destructive to the environment. Life in the mining camps was rough, lonely, and often violent. Most miners were young men. They lived in tents or simple wooden shacks. Food and supplies were very expensive because they had to be shipped from far away. A single egg could cost $1, which was a lot of money then. There were very few women or children. There was no real law. People made their own rules. Sometimes, if a miner was accused of stealing, a group of men would hold a quick trial and punish him severely. This was called frontier justice. Did many people get rich? Very few. Most miners found little or no gold. The people who made the real money were the businessmen. They sold supplies, food, tools, and clothes to the miners. Levi Strauss, for example, came to sell canvas for tents. He found that the miners needed strong pants, so he used the canvas to make durable work pants. These became the first blue jeans, and he built a huge business. The gold rush changed California forever. In just a few years, its population exploded. It went from a quiet territory to a bustling place. This fast growth helped California become a state in 1850. The gold rush is a story of hope and dreams. It brought people from different countries and cultures together. It showed the world the power of a big idea. But it is also a story of broken dreams, hard work, and the high cost of sudden wealth. For every person who struck it rich, there were hundreds who went home with nothing but a story to tell. After the gold rush, the American West continued to change rapidly. It was a time of cattle, steel rails, and brand new towns springing up almost overnight. This era created some of the most famous American legends, like the cowboy, and connected the country in a way that was once impossible. First, let's talk about the Cowboys. The story of the cowboy really began in Texas. After the Civil War, there were millions of longhorn cattle in Texas. These cattle were not very valuable there because there were so many of them. But in the cities in the north and east, people wanted beef, and they were willing to pay good money for it. So, ranchers had to get the cattle from Texas to the railroads in Kansas, where they could be loaded onto trains and shipped east. This long journey was called a cattle drive. The cowboy's job was to guide the cattle on these long drives. It was hard, dirty, and dangerous work. A cowboy spent all day in the saddle, under the hot sun or in pouring rain. He had to watch for cattle that tried to run away, protect the herd from thieves, and cross rivers with thousands of nervous animals. At night, he took turns watching the herd, singing quiet songs to keep the cattle calm. A cattle drive could last for several months. The most famous route was the Kishome Trail, which went from Texas to Abilene, Kansas. The image of the cowboy, a lonely figure on a horse, wearing a hat to protect him from the sun, became a symbol of the independent spirit of the West. But the real life of a cowboy was not as romantic as the movies show. It was a job with low pay and long hours. While cowboys were moving cattle across the land, something even bigger was happening: the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. A transcontinental railroad is one that crosses a continent. The goal was to build a railway that connected the eastern United States with the western coast. This was a huge engineering challenge. Two companies raced to build it. The Union Pacific Railroad started building west from Omaha, Nebraska. The Central Pacific Railroad started building east from Sacramento, California. The work was incredibly difficult. The Union Pacific workers laid tracks across the vast Great Plains, facing attacks from Native Americans who saw the railroad as an invasion of their land. The Central Pacific workers had a much harder job. They had to cross the massive Sierra Nevada mountains. They used thousands of workers, many of them immigrants from China. These Chinese workers were paid very little and given the most dangerous jobs. They had to blast tunnels through solid rock and lay tracks on steep cliffs, often in freezing snow. Many workers died from accidents, explosions, and avalanches. Finally, on May 10, 1869, the two sets of tracks met at Promontory Summit, Utah. A golden spike was hammered into the ground to celebrate the connection. Now, a trip from the East Coast to the West Coast that once took months by wagon could be made in just a week by train. The railroad changed everything. It made travel faster and cheaper. It allowed people and goods to move easily across the country. Where the railroad went, new towns sprang up. These were called railroad towns. They were often wild and lawless places. The first buildings were usually a saloon, a hotel, a general store, and a jail. Cowboys, railroad workers, miners, and settlers all came to these towns. They were filled with noise and activity. Some of these towns grew into big cities, like Denver and Los Angeles. Others became ghost towns when the railroad moved on or the mines closed. The era of cowboys and railroads was short, but it left a deep mark on America. It connected the nation from sea to sea. It brought people to the West and products from the West to the rest of the country. It closed the frontier and ended the old Wild West. It was a time of great energy and big dreams, a time when America was building its modern identity. As thousands of American settlers moved west, they saw empty land waiting for them. But this land was not empty. It was the home of Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. The story of westward expansion is also a story of loss and sadness for these tribes. The American government often broke its promises and took their land. One of the most tragic examples of this is the Trail of Tears. To understand the Trail of Tears, we must go back to the southeastern United States. Tribes like the Cherokee, Chickasaw, Choctaw, Creek, and Seminole lived on rich, fertile land in states like Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi. They were often called the Five Civilized Tribes because many of them had adopted some European ways. The Cherokee, for example, had their own written language, a constitution, and farms. They were not nomadic hunters. They were settled people with towns and farms. But their land was very valuable. White settlers wanted it for growing cotton. The government of the state of Georgia and other states put pressure on the federal government to remove the tribes. They wanted the land for white settlement. In 1830, President Andrew Jackson signed the Indian Removal Act. This law gave the president the power to make treaties with tribes east of the Mississippi River, offering them land in the West in exchange for their ancestral homelands. The law said this exchange should be voluntary and fair. In reality, it was often forced and unfair. The Cherokee Nation fought back. They used the American legal system. They took their case all the way to the Supreme Court. In the case of Worcester v. Georgia, the Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice John Marshall, ruled in favor of the Cherokee. The court said that the state of Georgia had no power over the Cherokee Nation and its land. It was a great victory for the Cherokee. But President Andrew Jackson refused to enforce the court's decision. He is famously reported to have said, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." This was a direct challenge to the system of checks and balances. Without the president's support, the court ruling was useless. The pressure on the tribes grew. In 1838, the U.S. Army moved in to force the Cherokee out. Under the command of General Winfield Scott, soldiers surrounded Cherokee villages and forced people from their homes at gunpoint. They were not given time to pack. People were forced to leave everything behind: their houses, their farms, their belongings. They were herded into crowded, dirty camps. Then, the long march west began. The journey was a nightmare. It was about 1,200 miles long, from the southeast to what is now Oklahoma. The Cherokee people were forced to walk the entire way, through the cold of winter and the heat of summer. They did not have enough food, shoes, or warm clothes. Diseases like dysentery, whooping cough, and cholera spread quickly in the crowded groups. Old people and young children suffered the most. The marchers were often not allowed to stop to bury their dead. They had to leave the bodies by the side of the trail. It is estimated that of the 16,000 Cherokee who were forced on the march, about 4,000 died from disease, starvation, and exhaustion. They buried a quarter of their people along the trail. This is why it is called the Trail of Tears. The other 4 tribes also suffered similar forced removals and great loss of life. The Trail of Tears is one of the darkest chapters in American history. It shows a deep injustice. The United States government, which was founded on ideas of freedom and liberty, took away the freedom and homes of an entire people. It was a betrayal of promises and a terrible human tragedy. The memory of the Trail of Tears is a sad reminder of the high cost of American expansion for the first people of this land. As the United States grew, a deep division was also growing between the northern states and the southern states. They were becoming like 2 different countries living under one flag. They had different ways of making money, different ways of life, and, most importantly, very different beliefs about slavery. This division became so deep that it eventually tore the nation apart in a terrible civil war. Let's look at the North first. The economy in the northern states was based on industry and trade. Cities like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia were busy centers of manufacturing. Factories produced textiles, tools, and machinery. These factories needed workers, and many people, including immigrants from Europe, came to work in them. Life was fast-paced and centered around cities and towns. Because they did not have large farms, most people in the North did not own slaves. In fact, many Northerners began to believe that slavery was morally wrong. They were part of a growing movement called abolitionism, which wanted to abolish, or end, slavery completely. They believed that all people should be free, and that slavery was a cruel and evil system that went against the ideals of the Declaration of Independence. Now let's look at the South. The economy in the southern states was almost entirely based on agriculture. The climate was warm, and the soil was good for growing cash crops like tobacco, rice, and, most importantly, cotton. After the invention of the cotton gin, a machine that made processing cotton much faster, cotton became king. It was incredibly profitable. But growing cotton required a lot of hard, physical labor. Southern plantation owners relied on enslaved African Americans to do this work. Their entire wealth and way of life depended on the system of slavery. Because of this, Southern leaders fiercely defended slavery. They argued that it was a necessary and even positive good. They said that enslaved people were cared for from childhood to old age, unlike factory workers in the North who could be fired and left with nothing. They believed that their agricultural society, with its gentlemen farmers and traditional values, was superior to the noisy, crowded industrial North. These different economies led to different political interests. The North wanted high taxes on imported goods. Why? Because it made their own factory products cheaper than foreign ones. The South hated these taxes. They had few factories and relied on buying manufactured goods from Europe. High taxes made those goods more expensive for them. But the biggest argument was always about slavery. As the United States expanded westward, a critical question came up again and again: would new states allow slavery or not? The North wanted new states to be free states. The South wanted them to be slave states. Why did this matter so much? It was about power in the government. The number of free states and slave states determined the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, where each state gets 2 votes. The South feared that if free states outnumbered slave states, the North would have the power to pass a law ending slavery everywhere. They believed the federal government should not have that power. They believed in states' rights, the idea that each state should be able to decide for itself whether to allow slavery. So the 2 sides were on a collision course. The North was becoming more industrial, more urban, and more morally opposed to slavery. The South was clinging to its agricultural economy and the institution of slavery, which it saw as essential. They saw each other not just as competitors, but as enemies with completely different values. The North saw the South as backward and cruel. The South saw the North as greedy and trying to destroy its way of life. This deep division over money, power, and the very meaning of freedom made it increasingly difficult for the two sides to stay together in one nation. The country was splitting in two, and the crack was getting wider every day. In the dark years of slavery, when hope was hard to find, there were stories of incredible courage. One of the most courageous people was a woman named Harriet Tubman. She was born into slavery in Maryland around 1822. Her life was full of hardship and pain, but she became one of the greatest heroes in American history. She is famous for her work on the Underground Railroad. This was not a real railroad with trains and tracks. It was a secret network of people, routes, and safe houses that helped enslaved people escape to freedom in the North or in Canada. Harriet Tubman's own story of escape is amazing. As a young enslaved woman, she suffered a terrible head injury when an overseer threw a heavy metal weight at another enslaved person, but it hit her instead. For the rest of her life, she had sudden sleeping spells and powerful visions. She believed these visions were from God. In 1849, she decided to run away. She was afraid of being sold away from her family. She escaped alone, traveling by night and using the North Star to guide her. She later described her feeling when she crossed the border into Pennsylvania, a free state. I looked at my hands to see if I was the same person. There was such a glory over everything. I had crossed the line. But Harriet Tubman was not content with her own freedom. She immediately thought of her family and friends still in bondage. She made a dangerous decision. She would go back to the South to help others escape. And she did not go back just once. She made 19 dangerous trips back into slave territory over the next decade. She helped around 70 people escape, including her own parents and several siblings. Slave owners offered a huge reward of $40,000 for her capture, but she was never caught. She earned the nickname Moses because, like the biblical figure, she led her people to freedom. How did the Underground Railroad work? It was a very secret operation. The people who helped were called conductors, like Harriet Tubman. The hiding places were called stations or depots. These were often the homes, barns, or churches of sympathetic people, both black and white, who were against slavery. These people were called station masters. They would hide the freedom seekers, give them food and clothes, and then guide them to the next safe house under the cover of darkness. The routes were called lines. Traveling on the Underground Railroad was extremely perilous. There were slave catchers with dogs everywhere, looking for escaped slaves to return them for a reward. The journey was long, and people were often tired, cold, and hungry. Harriet Tubman was a brilliant and fearless conductor. She carried a gun for protection and to encourage anyone who became too scared to continue. She would tell them, "You'll be free or die." She used clever tricks to avoid capture. She would sometimes start a journey on a Saturday night because newspapers wouldn't publish runaway notices until Monday, buying her more time. She knew how to move through forests and swamps without being seen. She used songs to send secret messages. The work of Harriet Tubman and the Underground Railroad was more than just helping individuals escape. It was a powerful act of protest. It showed that enslaved people were not passive victims. They were brave men and women who fought for their freedom. It also showed that there were many people, of all races, who were willing to risk their own safety and freedom to fight against the injustice of slavery. Harriet Tubman's story is a light in a dark time. It is a story of immense bravery, deep faith, and a refusal to accept injustice. Her work helped change the conscience of a nation and made the word freedom ring true for those who had never known it. The year was 1860. The United States was like a family that could not stop arguing. The fight over slavery was getting worse and worse. Then, a man from Illinois named Abraham Lincoln ran for president. His election was the final push that sent the nation tumbling into a civil war. But who was Abraham Lincoln, and why did his becoming president cause so much trouble? Abraham Lincoln was born in a log cabin in Kentucky in 1809. His family was very poor. He had almost no formal schooling, maybe only 1 year in total, but he loved to read. He would walk for miles to borrow a book. He educated himself. He became a lawyer and then a politician. He was a tall, thin man with a rough face and a kind heart. He was known for his honesty and his funny stories. People called him Honest Abe. Lincoln was a member of a new political party, the Republican Party. The main goal of this party was to stop the spread of slavery into the new Western territories. Remember, Lincoln was not an abolitionist at first. He did not plan to end slavery in the southern states where it already existed. He said he had no right to do that, but he believed slavery was morally wrong. He famously said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." He believed the United States could not continue forever half slave and half free. It would have to become all one thing or all the other. He wanted to put slavery on a path to ultimate extinction by stopping it from spreading. The southern states were terrified of Abraham Lincoln. They did not believe him when he said he wouldn't touch slavery in the South. They thought that if he became president, it would be the first step toward ending slavery completely. They believed this would destroy their economy and their entire way of life. So, before the election, Southern leaders made a threat. They said if Lincoln won, they would leave the Union. They would secede. In November 1860, Abraham Lincoln won the presidential election. He did not win a single electoral vote from the southern states. This showed how divided the country was. The North had elected a president that the South saw as an enemy. Just as they promised, the southern states began to secede. South Carolina was the first in December 1860. Then Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas followed. They formed their own country, called the Confederate States of America or the Confederacy. They wrote their own constitution and made their own laws. They chose Jefferson Davis as their president. Their constitution protected slavery. When Lincoln traveled to Washington for his inauguration in March 1861, he had to be secretive because there were rumors of an assassination plot. The situation was very dangerous. In his first speech as president, he spoke directly to the southern states. He told them he would not start a war. He said the government would not attack them. But he also said that the Union of States was permanent. No state could simply leave. He promised to hold, occupy, and possess all government property in the South. This meant he would not give up the forts and buildings that belonged to the United States government. One of these forts was Fort Sumter in the harbor of Charleston, South Carolina. The Confederacy wanted the U.S. soldiers to leave the fort. Lincoln refused. He sent ships with food and supplies for the soldiers inside the fort. The Confederate Army saw this as an act of war. On April 12, 1861, they opened fire on Fort Sumter. They bombarded the fort for 34 hours. The fort caught fire, and the U.S. soldiers had to surrender. This was the start of the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln became president at the most difficult time in American history. He did not want war, but he was willing to fight to preserve the Union. He once said the war was about testing whether a nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, can long endure. His leadership during the next 4 years would determine the answer to that question. The attack on Fort Sumter was like a starting gun. It began a war that everyone knew was coming, but nobody was really ready for. The Civil War, also called the War Between the States, lasted for 4 long and bloody years. It was a war between brothers, between neighbors, and between 2 different visions for America. The northern states, called the Union, fought to preserve the United States. The southern states, called the Confederacy, fought for their independence and their right to have slavery. After Fort Sumter fell, President Lincoln asked for 75,000 volunteers to join the army and put down the rebellion. This caused 4 more southern states, Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina, to secede and join the Confederacy. The lines were now drawn. The Union had 23 states, including the important border states of Maryland, Delaware, Kentucky, and Missouri, which allowed slavery but did not secede. The Confederacy had 11 states. On paper, the North had many advantages. It had a much larger population, which meant more soldiers. It had almost all of the country's factories, which could make guns, bullets, and uniforms. It had a better railroad system to move troops and supplies. The South had some advantages, too. It was fighting on its own land, defending its homes. It had some of the best military officers, like General Robert E. Lee. And most importantly, it only had to fight for a tie. It did not need to conquer the North. It just needed to hold on long enough for the North to get tired of fighting and let the South go. In the beginning, people on both sides thought the war would be short and glorious. Young men rushed to join the army, afraid the fighting would be over before they got there. They wore colorful uniforms and were full of excitement. They did not know the horror that was waiting for them. The first major battle showed everyone how terrible this war would be. It was called the First Battle of Bull Run or the First Battle of Manassas. It happened in Virginia, not far from Washington, D.C., in July 1861. Hundreds of people from Washington, including politicians and their families, packed picnic baskets and rode their carriages out to watch the battle. They thought it would be like a show. They were wrong. The Union Army attacked the Confederate forces. At first, it seemed the Union would win. But then, Confederate reinforcements arrived by railroad, a new use of technology in war. A Confederate general named Thomas Jackson stood his ground like a stone wall, earning his famous nickname, Stonewall Jackson. The Union Army broke and ran. The retreat turned into a panic. The picnickers from Washington got caught in the chaos, with carriages and soldiers all mixed together on the road back to the capital. It was a humiliating defeat for the Union and a clear sign that this would be a long and serious war. The war was not just fought on land. The Union Navy began a blockade of southern ports. This meant that Union warships patrolled the coast to stop any ships from going in or out. The plan was to squeeze the South, to stop it from selling its cotton to Europe and from buying the guns and supplies it needed to fight. The South used small, fast ships called blockade runners to try to slip past the Union ships. It was a dangerous game. Life for the soldiers was very hard. They lived in camps that were often dirty and full of disease. More soldiers died from sickness than from bullets. They ate hard crackers called hardtack and salted meat. The The fighting itself was brutal. The old-fashioned muskets and the new, more accurate rifles could cause terrible wounds. Doctors did not understand germs, so infection was common, and many soldiers had arms or legs amputated, cut off, without good pain medicine. The first year of the war ended with the Union having little success. The Confederacy had won some important battles and felt confident, but the war had only just begun. The excitement was gone, replaced by the grim understanding that this was a fight to the finish. The whole nation was holding its breath, waiting to see what would happen next. The Civil War dragged on through 1862 and into 1863. The death toll rose to numbers no one could have imagined. Among the many battles, two stand out as especially important and bloody: the Battle of Antietam and the Battle of Gettysburg. These battles were turning points, moments that changed the direction of the war and the future of the nation. Let's start with the Battle of Antietam. It was fought on September 17, 1862, near a creek called Antietam in Maryland. Confederate General Robert E. Lee had decided to take the war into the North. He hoped a big victory on Union soil would convince Britain and France to recognize the Confederacy as an independent country. He also thought it might weaken the North's will to fight. But luck was not on Lee's side. A copy of his battle plans was found by Union soldiers, wrapped around some cigars. The Union Army, led by General George McClellan, now knew Lee's strategy. The two armies met at Antietam Creek. What followed was the single bloodiest day in all of American military history. The fighting was concentrated in places with names like the Cornfield and the Sunken Road, which became known as Bloody Lane. Soldiers attacked and counterattacked across open fields, facing terrible fire. By the end of the day, nearly 23,000 men were killed, wounded, or missing. The ground was covered with bodies. The battle was a tactical draw, meaning neither side clearly won. But because Lee's army retreated back to Virginia, the Union claimed a victory. This was important because it gave President Lincoln the opportunity he had been waiting for. Just 5 days after the battle, he issued the Emancipation Proclamation. This document declared that all enslaved people in the Confederate States were now free. The war now had a new, higher purpose, not just to save the Union, but to end slavery. It also stopped Britain and France from helping the South, as they did not want to be seen as supporting slavery. Now let's talk about the Battle of Gettysburg. This happened almost a year later, in July 1863. Once again, General Lee had marched his army into the North, this time into Pennsylvania. He hoped a major victory would force the Union to surrender. The two armies accidentally met at the small town of Gettysburg, and a huge battle began. It lasted for 3 days, from July 1st to July 3rd. The first day went well for the Confederates, who pushed the Union Army back through the town onto some high ground south of Gettysburg. The Union troops formed a defensive line that looked like a fishhook on hills named Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill. On the second day, the fighting was fierce at places like Little Round Top, a small hill at the end of the Union line. If the Confederates could take this hill, they could shoot down the entire Union line. The Union soldiers, including the 20th Maine Regiment led by Colonel Joshua Chamberlain, fought desperately to hold their position. When they ran out of bullets, they fixed their bayonets and charged down the hill, saving the Union Army from disaster. The third day was the climax. General Lee decided on a massive, direct attack on the center of the Union line. About 12,000 Confederate soldiers had to march for almost a mile across an open field toward the Union forces on Cemetery Ridge. This is known as Pickett's Charge. It was a brave but foolish move. Union cannons and rifles fired on the advancing soldiers from the front and the sides. Very few Confederates reached the Union lines, and those who did were quickly killed or captured. It was a terrible failure. Lee's army, badly hurt, retreated back to Virginia. He had lost over a third of his men. The Battle of Gettysburg was the last time the Confederacy would ever invade the North. It was the turning point of the war. Combined with the Union victory at Vicksburg, Mississippi, on July 4th, which gave the Union control of the Mississippi River, the Confederacy's hope for victory was almost gone. The Union was now winning the war. The cost, however, was unbelievable. At Gettysburg alone, there were over 50,000 casualties. The nation was shocked by the slaughter. Later that year, President Lincoln would come to Gettysburg to dedicate a cemetery for the fallen soldiers. His short speech, the Gettysburg Address, would become one of the most famous in history. In the middle of the terrible Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln did something that changed the meaning of the whole conflict. On January 1, 1863, he issued the Emancipation Proclamation. The word emancipation means the act of setting someone free. A proclamation is an official public announcement, so this was an announcement that set people free. But who did it free, and what did it really do? The story is more complicated than it seems. First, it is important to know what the Emancipation Proclamation did not do. It did not end slavery everywhere in the United States. It only declared slaves to be free in the Confederate states that were fighting against the Union. It did not apply to the border states that allowed slavery but had not seceded, like Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri. It also did not apply to areas in the South that were already under Union control. So, in a way, it freed people in places where Lincoln had no power, and it did not free people in places where he did have power. Why would he do that? Lincoln was a very smart politician. His main goal was always to save the Union. At the start of the war, he said if he could save the Union without freeing any slave, he would do it. But as the war went on, he realized that ending slavery had to become a goal of the war. There were several reasons for this. First, it would hurt the Southern war effort. The Southern economy depended on slave labor to grow food and build defenses. If slaves were declared free, they might stop working for their masters. Second, it would stop Britain and France from helping the Confederacy. Those countries had already ended slavery, and their people would not support a war to protect it. By making the war about slavery, Lincoln made it impossible for Europe to join the South side. But Lincoln had to be careful. He issued a first or preliminary proclamation in September 1862, right after the Union victory at Antietam. He gave the Confederate states a warning. He said that if they did not stop fighting and return to the Union by January 1, 1863, he would declare their slaves free. He was giving them a last chance. The Confederacy ignored his warning. They did not believe he would do it, or they thought it was an empty threat. So, on New Year's Day 1863, Lincoln signed the final Emancipation Proclamation. The immediate effect was not that millions of slaves suddenly walked away free. In the areas still controlled by the Confederacy, the proclamation could not be enforced. Slave owners simply ignored it, but the proclamation was like planting a flag for freedom. It sent a powerful message. It told the world that the United States was now fighting for human liberty. Most importantly, it told enslaved people in the South that if they could escape to Union Army lines, they would be free and under the protection of the U.S. government. And that is exactly what happened. As Union armies marched deeper into the South, thousands of enslaved people ran away from plantations and fled to Union camps. They were called contrabands, and they were free. The proclamation also allowed black men to join the Union Army and Navy. For the first time, they could fight for their own freedom. About 180,000 black soldiers served in the Union Army. They fought bravely in many important battles. They were often paid less than white soldiers and faced discrimination, but they proved their courage and helped the Union win the war. Frederick Douglass, a famous former slave and abolitionist, said that once the black man got a uniform and a gun, the cause of the Confederacy was lost. The Emancipation Proclamation did not end slavery by itself. That would require a change to the Constitution, the 13th Amendment, which happened after the war. But it was a crucial first step. It transformed the Civil War from a political fight to save the Union into a moral crusade to end slavery. It gave the war a higher purpose. It was a bold move by Lincoln, and it changed the course of American history. From that day on, the United States was on a path toward becoming a nation where all men are created equal, would hopefully become a reality for everyone. In November 1863, a new cemetery was opened in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. This was where thousands of Union soldiers who died in the big battle there were buried. A ceremony was planned to dedicate this ground, to make it a holy place. A famous speaker was asked to give a long speech. Then, almost as an afterthought, the organizers invited President Lincoln to come and say a few appropriate remarks. They expected him to speak for just a minute or two. What he delivered in those 2 minutes became one of the most important speeches in American history, the Gettysburg Address. The day was November 19, 1863. The main speaker, Edward Everett, talked for 2 hours. He gave a detailed and dramatic account of the battle. Then it was Lincoln's turn. He stood up, put on his glasses, and looked at the crowd. He spoke for just 2 minutes, only 272 words. Some people in the audience were not even paying attention. The speech was so short that the photographer did not have time to take a picture. At first, many newspapers criticized the speech. They thought it was too short and too simple. But slowly, people began to understand its deep meaning and beautiful language. So, what did Lincoln say that was so powerful? He did not talk about the details of the battle. He did not talk about strategy or blame the South. He talked about the bigger meaning of the war. He connected the soldiers' sacrifice to the very idea of America. He began by reaching back in time to the founding of the nation. 87 years ago, he said, that is a poetic way of saying 87 years ago. 87 years before 1863 was 1776, the year of the Declaration of Independence. He said that our fathers created a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Right away, he connected the war to the central idea of the Declaration, equality. Then he talked about the present. He said the country was now in a great civil war, testing whether a nation based on that idea of equality can long endure. He had come to dedicate a part of the battlefield as a final resting place for the men who gave their lives so that the nation might live. But then he said something surprising. He said, "The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here." He was wrong about that. We do remember what he said. But his point was that the actions of the soldiers were far more important than any words he could speak. The most important part of the speech is the end. Lincoln said that the work of the soldiers was not finished. It was the job of the living to continue their fight. He said that the living must be dedicated to the great task remaining before us. What was that task? It was to make sure that the soldiers did not die in vain. It was to ensure that the nation would have a new birth of freedom. And it was to make sure that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. With these words, Lincoln changed the purpose of the war. It was no longer just a fight to save the old Union. It was now a fight for a new birth of freedom. This meant a union without slavery, a nation that truly lived up to the promise that all men are created equal. He was talking about a better America, an America worth the terrible price of the war. The Gettysburg Address is short, but it is like a beautiful poem. Every word is important. It is a speech about memory, sacrifice, and hope. It reminds Americans what their country is supposed to stand for. It honored the dead by giving a powerful reason for their sacrifice. It is studied by schoolchildren even today because its message of freedom and equality is timeless. In just 272 words, Abraham Lincoln defined the meaning of America and the high cost of its survival. The Civil War, a storm of fire and blood that had raged for 4 long years, was finally coming to an end in the spring of 1865. The Confederate Army, worn down by years of fighting and lack of supplies, was crumbling. General Robert E. Lee's once proud army of Northern Virginia was now just a shadow, hungry, ragged, and surrounded. The end came quietly at a place called Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia. On April 9, 1865, General Lee met with Union General Ulysses S. Grant in the parlor of a house owned by Wilmer McLean. It was a strange meeting. Lee wore his best formal uniform, looking every bit the proud general. Grant arrived in a muddy soldier's uniform, having been in a hurry. The two men talked briefly about old times when they had fought together in a previous war. Then they got down to business. Grant wrote out the terms of surrender. They were surprisingly generous. Lee's soldiers would not be taken as prisoners. They could go home. They would not be punished for treason. Grant even allowed the Confederate soldiers to keep their horses and mules because, he said, they would need them for spring plowing on their farms. This act of kindness was meant to help begin the healing of the nation. After signing the papers, Lee left. The war, for all practical purposes, was over. News of the surrender spread quickly. In Washington, crowds poured into the streets, celebrating and singing. People hung banners and lit up their windows with candles. The relief was overwhelming, but the joy was short-lived. Just 5 days later, on April 14, 1865, President Abraham Lincoln went to Ford's Theater in Washington to see a play. It was a happy night for him. The Union was saved. During the play, a man named John Wilkes Booth, a famous actor and a supporter of the Confederacy, sneaked into the president's box and shot Lincoln in the head. The president never woke up. He died the next morning. The entire nation was plunged into a deep, dark grief. The man who had led them through their darkest hour was gone. It was a tragic and bitter end to the war. The last Confederate armies surrendered in the weeks that followed. The fighting was finally over. But what did it all mean? The cost was beyond imagination. About 620,000 soldiers had died, nearly as many American soldiers as in all other wars from the Revolution through the Korean War combined. Many more were wounded. Families were torn apart. Cities and farms in the South were destroyed. The country was physically and emotionally scarred. But one thing was clear: slavery was over. The institution that had divided the nation since its beginning was dead. The Union victory and the passage of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution in December 1865 made it official. The amendment stated clearly, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude shall exist within the United States. The words of the Emancipation Proclamation were now the law of the land. Nearly 4 million enslaved people were free. This new freedom was called emancipation. For the freed men, women, and children, it was a day of incredible joy and hope. They could finally have their own families without fear of being sold apart. They could legally marry. They could learn to read and write, something that had been forbidden. They could search for loved ones who had been sold away. They could get paid for their work. It was the dawn of a new life. The war had saved the Union and ended slavery, but it did not create equality. The end of the war was not the end of the struggle. The freed slaves faced a long and difficult road ahead. The South had to be rebuilt, a process called Reconstruction. The nation had to find a way to become whole again, to bring the Southern states back into the Union, and to define what freedom really meant for 4 million new citizens. The Civil War was over, but the fight for the soul of America was just entering a new chapter. As the 20th century began, America was healing from its Civil War and growing at an incredible speed. It was becoming an industrial giant, and it needed workers. At the same time, millions of people in Europe were facing poverty, hunger, and persecution. They looked across the Atlantic Ocean and saw a land of opportunity, a place they called the Golden Land. Their journey to America often led them through a small island in New York Harbor, Ellis Island. Between 1892 and 1954, Ellis Island was the doorway to America for over 12 million immigrants. Who were these people? They came from all over Europe. In the early years, many came from countries like Germany, Ireland, England, and Scandinavia. Later, more and more came from Southern and Eastern Europe, Italy, Poland, Russia, and Greece. They were leaving behind hard lives. Some were farmers whose land could no longer support their families. Others were Jews fleeing religious persecution and violent attacks called pogroms in Russia and Eastern Europe. Some were young men seeking adventure and work. Others came with their entire families, carrying all their worldly possessions in a single suitcase or a cloth bundle. They were all hoping for a better future. The journey was long and difficult. They traveled in the crowded, dirty lower decks of large steamships, a part of the ship often called steerage. The trip from Europe could take 1 to 2 weeks. Many people were seasick. The food was bad and diseases could spread quickly. When they finally saw the Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor, it was a sign that their journey was almost over. They felt hope and excitement. But first, they had to go through Ellis Island. The process was intimidating and frightening. They were herded off the ships and into the big, noisy main building of Ellis Island. They carried their bags and were tagged with a number. First, they had to walk up a steep staircase while doctors watched them. The doctors were looking for any signs of illness or physical problems that would make them a burden to America. They checked for things like limps, breathing problems, or contagious diseases like trachoma, an eye infection. If a doctor saw a problem, they would mark the person's coat with a letter in chalk. For example, an X might mean a suspected mental problem. Those who were marked were taken aside for more exams. This was a moment of great fear. If you were found to have a serious disease, you could be sent back to your home country. Families could be separated. For most people, about 80%, the medical inspection was quick, and they were allowed to move on to the next step. Next, they had to talk to a legal inspector. The inspector would ask them questions through an interpreter. The questions came from a list. What is your name? Where are you from? Do you have any money? Do you have a job waiting for you? Do you have a relative in America? The inspectors wanted to make sure the immigrants could support themselves and were not likely to need help from the government. They also checked that the answers matched the information on the ship's manifest. If everything was in order, the immigrant was free to go. The whole process usually took 3 to 5 hours. Finally, they walked out of the building and into the kissing post, a famous spot where families reunited. They took a ferry to Manhattan, to the neighborhoods where their countrymen lived, like Little Italy or the Lower East Side. They started new lives, often in crowded tenement buildings. They worked in factories, built railroads, sewed clothes, and opened small shops. They worked very hard for low pay, but they believed their children would have a better life. Ellis Island is a powerful symbol of the American dream. It represents the hope and courage of millions of ordinary people who left everything behind to start over. They brought their languages, their food, their music, and their traditions. They helped build modern America, making it a rich and diverse nation of immigrants. The story of Ellis Island is the story of how America became a melting pot. The late 1800s and early 1900s were a time of amazing change. It was an age of invention. Brilliant minds were creating new things that would completely transform how people lived, worked, and communicated. Life in 1900 was very different from life in 1850, and it was all because of new technology. Let's look at 4 inventions that changed the world: the telephone, the electric light bulb, the car, and the airplane. First, let's talk about communication. Before the telephone, if you wanted to talk to someone far away, you had to send a letter by mail, which could take days or weeks. Then, in 1876, a Scottish-born inventor named Alexander Graham Bell said the first words over a telephone: "Mr. Watson, come here. I want to see you." His assistant, Watson, heard him clearly from another room. The telephone worked by changing the sound of a person's voice into electrical signals. These signals traveled over a wire and were then changed back into sound at the other end. Suddenly, people could have real-time conversations with someone in another city. It was a miracle. At first, telephones were only for businesses and rich people. But soon, telephone lines spread across the country, connecting people like never before. Next, let's bring some light into the story. For thousands of years, people used candles, oil lamps, and gas lights. These lights were dim, smoky, and could easily cause fires. Then, Thomas Edison, one of America's greatest inventors, went to work. He wanted to create a safe, bright, and practical electric light. He and his team tested thousands of different materials for the filament, the tiny thread inside the bulb that glows when electricity passes through it. Finally, in 1879, they found one that worked for a long time. The electric light bulb was born. Now, cities could have streetlights, factories could run all night, and homes could be bright and safe after the sun went down. Edison didn't just invent the bulb. He also built the first power plants to generate electricity for entire cities. He literally helped light up the world. Now, let's get moving. For centuries, the fastest way to travel on land was by horse. But in the 1880s and 1890s, inventors in Europe and America were experimenting with horseless carriages, or cars. 2 American brothers, Charles and Frank Darriere, built the first successful gasoline-powered car in America in 1893. But the man who really put America on wheels was Henry Ford. He didn't invent the car, but he invented a new way to build them, the assembly line. In 1913, in his factory, each worker had one small, simple job to do as the car moved past them on a line. This made building cars much faster and cheaper. Ford's Model T became the car for ordinary people. It was reliable and affordable. Suddenly, people had a new freedom. They could live farther from their jobs. They could travel for pleasure. The car changed the American landscape, leading to new roads, suburbs, and gas stations. Finally, let's take to the sky. Humans had always dreamed of flying. Two brothers, Wilbur and Orville Wright, owners of a bicycle shop in Ohio, decided to make that dream a reality. They studied birds and experimented with gliders. They understood that the secret to controlled flight was balance. On December 17, 1903, on a windy beach in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, their motor-powered airplane, the Flyer, lifted into the air. The first flight, with Orville as the pilot, lasted only 12 seconds and went 120 feet. It was a short hop, but it was the start of something huge. By the end of the day, they had made longer flights. Within a few years, airplanes were flying longer distances. This invention would eventually shrink the world, making it possible to travel across oceans in hours instead of weeks. These four inventions, the telephone, the light bulb, the car, and the airplane, shaped the modern world. They made life more convenient, connected, and mobile. They created new industries and millions of jobs. They showed the power of human creativity and the American spirit of innovation. It was a thrilling time to be alive, a time when it seemed like anything was possible. For a long time, the United States watched from across the ocean as a terrible war raged in Europe. It started in 1914 and was called the Great War, later known as World War I. Countries like Britain, France, and Russia, the Allies, were fighting against Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottoman Empire, the Central Powers. It was a new kind of war, with machine guns, poison gas, and trenches where soldiers lived in mud and fear. For 3 years, America tried to stay out of it. President Woodrow Wilson promised to keep the country neutral. He said America should be too proud to fight. But by 1917, things had changed, and the United States was pulled into the conflict. Why did America finally decide to join the war? There were a few big reasons. The most important reason was Germany's policy of unrestricted submarine warfare. Submarines, called U-boats, were a new and frightening weapon. German U-boats were sinking any ship, including passenger ships and neutral ships, that they thought was helping Britain and France. In 1915, a German U-boat sank the British passenger ship Lusitania. Nearly 1,200 people died, including 128 Americans. This made Americans very angry. For a while, Germany stopped this practice, but in 1917, they started again. They knew it would bring America into the war, but they were desperate to cut off supplies to Britain and win the war quickly. Another reason was the Zimmermann telegram. This was a secret message from the German government to the government of Mexico. British spies intercepted the message and gave it to the United States. The telegram said that if Mexico joined the war on Germany's side, Germany would help Mexico get back the land it had lost to the United States in the Mexican-American War, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona. When Americans read about this in their newspapers, they were furious. It felt like Germany was trying to start a war on America's doorstep. There was also a moral reason. President Wilson began to see the war as a fight for democracy against brutal empires. He believed America had a duty to help make the world safe for democracy. So, on April 2, 1917, President Wilson went before Congress and asked for a declaration of war against Germany. He said, "The world must be made safe for democracy." A few days later, Congress agreed. The United States was now in the war. America was not ready for a major war. The army was small, but the country moved quickly. A draft was started, and millions of young American men were called to serve. Posters with Uncle Sam saying, "I want you for U.S. Army," were everywhere. It was a national effort. Factories stopped making cars and started making tanks, guns, and airplanes. Women took over jobs in the factories that men had left behind. People planted victory gardens to grow their own food so that more food could be sent to the soldiers. To save energy, the government introduced daylight saving time for the first time. The American soldiers, nicknamed doughboys, began arriving in France in the summer of 1917. They were fresh, enthusiastic, and their arrival gave hope to the tired Allied armies. The fighting was brutal and unlike anything the Americans had ever seen. They fought in bloody battles like Belleau Wood and the Meuse-Argonne Offensive. The fresh American troops helped push the tired German army back. Finally, on November 11, 1918, Germany agreed to an armistice, which is an agreement to stop fighting. The war was over. The world celebrated. America had only been in the fighting for about 19 months, but it had made a big difference. Over 116,000 American soldiers had died, and more than 200,000 were wounded. The war changed America. It became a major world power. But many Americans felt the cost was too high. They wanted to return to isolationism, to stay out of world problems. President Wilson had a dream for a League of Nations to prevent future wars, but the United States Senate refused to join it. The country was victorious, but it was also wary. The experience of World War I shaped how America would view the world for years to come. The Great War was over. After the sadness and sacrifice, people were ready for fun and freedom. The 1920s arrived like a loud, colorful party. This decade is often called the Roaring Twenties. It was a time of great change in culture, music, and how people lived their daily lives. It felt like the modern world had begun, and America was at its center. One of the biggest changes was the rise of the car. Remember Henry Ford's Model T? It was now everywhere. Cars gave people, especially young people, a new kind of freedom. They could go where they wanted when they wanted. They could drive to a dance hall in another town. They could go on a date without parents watching. The car helped create a new youth culture. This was also the jazz age. A new kind of music, called jazz, came out of the African American communities in New Orleans and traveled north to cities like Chicago and New York. Jazz was exciting, rhythmic, and different from anything before. It was music for dancing. People flocked to nightclubs, called speakeasies, to listen to jazz artists like Louis Armstrong and Duke Ellington. The radio helped spread jazz music to millions of homes across the country. For the first time, people everywhere were listening to the same music at the same time. Jazz was more than music. It was a symbol of a new, modern spirit. And then there were the flappers. These were young women who broke all the old rules. They cut their long hair into short bobs. They wore short skirts that showed their knees. This was shocking at the time. They wore makeup, smoked cigarettes in public, and drove cars. They danced the Charleston, a fast and energetic dance. Flappers represented a new idea of womanhood. They were confident, independent, and wanted to have fun. In 1920, the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote, and this new sense of freedom showed in their fashion and attitude. What made all this possible? One word: the radio. In the 1920s, radios became a common item in American homes. Families would gather around the big wooden box in their living room to listen to news, sports, comedy shows, and music. The radio created a shared national culture. Everyone was listening to the same things. It was like the internet of its time, connecting the country with information and entertainment. Another important part of the 1920s was prohibition. In 1920, a new law made it illegal to make, sell, or transport alcoholic drinks. The idea was to improve society and reduce crime, but it had the opposite effect. Many people ignored the law. Illegal bars, the speakeasies, opened everywhere. Gangsters like Al Capone became rich and powerful by smuggling and selling illegal alcohol. Prohibition made crime worse and did not stop people from drinking. It was a decade of heroes, too. Charles Lindbergh became an international celebrity when he flew his small plane, the Spirit of St. Louis, across the Atlantic Ocean all by himself in 1927. He was the first person to do this nonstop. The whole country celebrated his courage. Babe Ruth was hitting home runs and becoming a baseball legend. People needed heroes, and the Roaring Twenties provided them. The Roaring Twenties was a time of great optimism and energy. It seemed like the good times would never end. The economy was booming. People were buying new things like refrigerators and washing machines on credit, but underneath the surface, there were problems. Not everyone shared in the prosperity. Farmers and many workers were poor. The stock market was rising to dangerous heights. The party of the Roaring Twenties was loud and exciting, but it was about to come to a very sudden and dramatic end. The party of the Roaring Twenties ended with a crash. In October 1929, the stock market in New York collapsed. This event, known as the stock market crash, was the start of the Great Depression. This was the worst economic disaster in modern history. It did not only affect America, it spread around the world. For 10 long years, from 1929 until the late 1930s, life was a daily struggle for millions of people. The good times were over, and hard times had begun. What caused the Great Depression? It was not just one thing, but many problems coming together. In the 1920s, many people bought stocks, hoping to get rich quickly. They even borrowed money to buy more stocks. This made stock prices rise to very high levels that were not realistic. Then, in the autumn of 1929, people lost confidence and started to sell their stocks. Everyone was selling, and no one was buying. So, stock prices fell incredibly fast. People who had borrowed money were now ruined. Banks had also lent money and invested in the stock market. When the crash happened, many banks failed and closed. People who had their savings in these banks lost all their money. But the stock market crash was only the beginning. The American economy had other weaknesses. Factories were producing too many goods, but ordinary people did not have enough money to buy them all. Farmers were already in trouble because they were producing too much food, which made prices very low. When people stopped buying new things, factories had to slow down. They fired workers. Without jobs, people had even less money to spend. It was a terrible cycle. The effects of the Great Depression were everywhere. Suddenly, millions of people were out of work. At the worst point, about 1 in 4 Americans who wanted a job could not find one. Men who had supported their families for years stood in long lines for a free bowl of soup or a piece of bread. They felt ashamed and hopeless. Families lost their homes because they could not pay their rent or their mortgage. They built makeshift shelters out of cardboard, wood, and metal. These groups of shacks were called Hoovervilles, a bitter name mocking President Herbert Hoover, whom many people blamed for the crisis. The Depression affected children terribly. Many had to leave school to work and help their families. Malnutrition became common because families could not afford enough healthy food. A terrible drought hit the Great Plains in the 1930s. The soil turned to dust, and strong winds blew it away in huge dust storms. This area became known as the Dust Bowl. Farmers watched their crops and their topsoil blow away. Many packed their few belongings into old cars and headed west to California, hoping to find work as farm laborers. These migrants were often called Okies, and their life was very hard. President Hoover believed that the economy would fix itself and that the government should not give direct help to people. But the situation only got worse. In 1932, Americans elected a new president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. In his inauguration speech, he told the American people, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." He promised bold action, and he immediately started a program he called the New Deal. The New Deal was a series of laws and programs designed to help the country recover. The government created jobs for people. They built roads, bridges, schools, and parks. They gave help to farmers. They created a system to help old people and unemployed workers with money. The government also made new rules for banks and the stock market to try to prevent another crash. The New Deal did not end the Great Depression, but it gave people hope and help. It put food on the table and showed that the government cared. The hard times finally started to ease towards the end of the 1930s, but it was really the huge spending for World War II that finally ended the Great Depression. The decade of the 1930s left a deep mark on the American spirit. It taught people about hardship, but also about resilience and the importance of helping one another. When Franklin Delano Roosevelt, often called FDR, became president in 1933, the United States was in deep trouble. The Great Depression had broken the economy and the spirit of the people. Banks were closed. Factories were silent. Millions were jobless and hungry. In his very first speech as president, FDR told Americans, "The only thing we have to fear is fear itself." He promised action, and he immediately began a bold set of programs called the New Deal. His goal was threefold: relief for the suffering, recovery for the economy, and reform to prevent another depression. FDR was a different kind of leader. He had a disease called polio and could not walk. He used a wheelchair, but he hid this from the public because people at the time thought a leader should look strong. Despite his physical challenges, he was a confident and optimistic man. He knew how to talk to people. He started giving regular radio speeches called fireside chats. He spoke in a simple, friendly way, as if he were sitting in their living room. He explained his plans and asked for the public's support. This made people feel connected to their president and gave them hope. The first thing FDR did was tackle the banking crisis. He declared a bank holiday and closed all the banks to stop people from taking all their money out. Then, the government checked the banks. Only the healthy, stable banks were allowed to reopen. This helped restore people's trust. Soon, they started putting their money back into the banks. Then came the New Deal programs. There were so many that they were often called by their initials. The New Deal had two main parts. The first New Deal, 1933-1934, focused on immediate relief and recovery. The CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps, gave young men jobs in forests and parks. They planted trees, built trails, and fought fires. They sent most of their pay back home to their families. The WPA, Works Progress Administration, hired millions of people to build public projects. They built schools, hospitals, airports, and even artists to paint murals and writers to collect stories. The AAA, Agricultural Adjustment Administration, tried to help farmers by paying them to grow less food. The idea was that with less supply, food prices would go up, and farmers could make a living again. The TVA, Tennessee Valley Authority, built dams in a very poor region. The dams controlled floods, provided cheap electricity, and created jobs. The Second New Deal, 1935–1938, focused more on long-term reform and helping ordinary workers. The Social Security Act was one of the most important laws ever passed. It created a system to provide money for retired workers over the age of 65. It also gave help to unemployed people and to families with children who had no support. For the first time, the government promised to protect citizens from poverty in their old age. The Wagner Act gave workers the right to form unions and bargain collectively for better pay and working conditions. Not everyone liked the New Deal. Critics said the government was getting too big and too powerful. They said FDR was acting like a dictator. The Supreme Court even ruled that some of his programs were unconstitutional and had to stop. But FDR was hugely popular with ordinary people. They felt he was fighting for them. He was elected president 4 times, more than any other president in history. The New Deal did not end the Great Depression. The economy was still struggling at the end of the 1930s. It was the massive production for World War II that finally created enough jobs to end the Depression. However, the New Deal's legacy is enormous. It saved millions of people from starvation. It gave them jobs and dignity. It built much of America's infrastructure that we still use today. Most importantly, it changed the role of the federal government. From then on, Americans expected the government to play a key role in ensuring economic stability and helping those in need. Franklin D. Roosevelt's leadership during this crisis defined a generation and reshaped the American promise. The 1930s were a difficult time for the whole world. While America was struggling with the Great Depression, a dangerous storm was gathering in Europe and Asia. In Germany, a man named Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party rose to power. They preached hatred and wanted to conquer Europe. In Asia, Japan was building a powerful army and invading its neighbors, like China. Another world war was beginning, but most Americans did not want to get involved. They remembered the horrors of World War I and believed in isolationism, staying out of other countries' problems. This feeling began to change as Hitler's armies marched across Europe, but the event that finally pushed America into the war was a surprise attack on its own soil. That event happened on a quiet Sunday morning, December 7, 1941. At a beautiful naval base called Pearl Harbor in Hawaii, American sailors and soldiers were starting their day. Some were sleeping, some were eating breakfast, some were getting ready for church. It seemed like a normal, peaceful morning. But high in the sky, hundreds of Japanese warplanes were flying toward them. Japan wanted to become the dominant power in the Pacific, and it saw the American fleet at Pearl Harbor as the main obstacle. At 7:55 a.m., the first Japanese bombs began to fall. The surprise was complete. The American forces were not ready. The Japanese planes targeted the huge battleships, the pride of the American Navy. They dropped bombs and fired torpedoes. The explosions were massive. The battleship USS Arizona was hit by a bomb that went into its ammunition storage. The ship blew apart and sank in minutes, killing more than 1,100 men trapped inside. The USS Oklahoma rolled over and sank, trapping hundreds of sailors underwater. The attack was swift and devastating. In less than 2 hours, the Japanese attack was over. The damage was terrible. 8 American battleships were sunk or damaged. Over 300 airplanes were destroyed on the ground. More than 2,400 Americans were killed, and another 1,000 were wounded. It was one of the worst military disasters in American history. The next day, President Franklin D. Roosevelt went before Congress and gave a famous speech. He called December 7th, a date which will live in infamy. He asked Congress to declare war on Japan. Congress quickly agreed, with only one person voting no. A few days later, Germany and Italy, Japan's allies, declared war on the United States. America was now fully in the Second World War. The attack on Pearl Harbor unified the American people like never before. The debate about isolationism was over. Young American men rushed to join the military. Factories across the country stopped making cars and started making tanks, planes, and guns. Women went to work in the factories, building the weapons of war. The entire country was mobilized for a single purpose: to win the war. Pearl Harbor was a terrible military defeat, but it became a powerful symbol of American resilience. The United States, which had been trying to stay out of the war, was now fully committed. The attack awakened a sleeping giant, as a Japanese admiral later called it. The American people were angry, and they were determined to fight for their country and for freedom. The road ahead would be long and bloody, but the journey to victory in World War II began on that day of infamy. World War II was a total war. This meant that winning required the effort of every single person in the country, not just the soldiers fighting on the front lines. The war became a massive national project. It was fought on 2 fronts, by the soldiers overseas and by the workers at home. Factories, farms, and families all had a role to play. This effort transformed American society, especially for women. Let's start with the soldiers. After the attack on Pearl Harbor, millions of American men volunteered or were drafted into the military. They were sent to fight in 2 very different parts of the world: the European front against Germany and Italy, and the Pacific front against Japan. The life of a soldier was incredibly difficult. They faced extreme danger, harsh weather, and long periods away from home. They fought in famous battles like D-Day in Normandy and Iwo Jima in the Pacific. Their courage and sacrifice were the key to victory. But an army needs more than just soldiers. It needs an endless supply of weapons, food, uniforms, and vehicles. This is where the American home front came in. American factories had to become arsenals of democracy, as President Roosevelt called them. Car factories stopped making cars and started producing tanks, airplanes, and jeeps. A typewriter company began making machine guns. The production was unbelievable. By the end of the war, American factories had produced more than 300,000 airplanes, 100,000 tanks, and 2 million trucks. Who was doing all this work? With so many men away fighting, a new workforce was needed. The answer was women. For the first time in American history, millions of women went to work in factories, shipyards, and aircraft plants. They took on jobs that were once thought to be only for men. They operated heavy machinery, welded metal, and riveted parts together on airplanes and ships. They were strong, capable, and essential. This new working woman was symbolized by a character called Rosie the Riveter. You have probably seen her picture. She was shown in a poster with a red bandana on her head, flexing her muscle with the words, "We can do it." Rosie became the most famous image of the working woman during the war. She represented patriotism, strength, and the idea that women were vital to the war effort. Real-life Rosies felt a sense of pride and independence. For the first time, they were earning their own good money and doing difficult, important work. Life was not easy for these women. They worked long, hard hours. They had to take care of their homes and children, often without their husbands there to help. But they proved to themselves and to the country that they could do anything men could do. This experience changed how women saw themselves and how society saw them. The war also created new opportunities for African Americans. Many moved from the rural South to cities in the North and West to work in the defense industry. While they still faced segregation and discrimination, the war jobs offered better pay. Over 1 million African American men and women served in the military, though in segregated units. Their service and their work at home laid the groundwork for the coming civil rights movement. The teamwork between the soldiers abroad and the workers at home was the engine of American victory. The soldiers fought bravely, and the workers supplied them with everything they needed. This huge national effort pulled America out of the Great Depression and transformed the country into the world's strongest industrial power. It also began to change the ideas about the roles of women and minorities in American society, planting seeds for big changes that would come after the war. By 1944, the world had been at war for 5 long years. The Allies, the United States, Britain, the Soviet Union, and others were slowly pushing back the armies of Nazi Germany. But to win the war in Europe, they needed to launch a massive attack on the coast of France, which was controlled by the Germans. This attack, known as D-Day, was the largest and most complex military operation in history. It was the beginning of the end for Hitler's Germany. The plan was incredibly dangerous. The Germans knew an attack was coming, and they had built strong defenses all along the French coast. They placed giant obstacles in the water and mines on the beaches. They built concrete bunkers with powerful machine guns and cannons. This wall of defense was called the Atlantic Wall. The Allies had to cross the rough English Channel and storm these heavily defended beaches. The man in charge of the operation was American General Dwight D. Eisenhower. The weight of the world was on his shoulders. He had to pick the right day. The weather had to be just right. After a tense delay due to bad weather, he gave the order, "Okay, let's go." On the morning of June 6, 1944, D-Day began. Before dawn, thousands of paratroopers dropped behind enemy lines to capture bridges and roads. Then, as the sun rose, a huge armada of ships appeared off the coast of Normandy, France. The sight was unbelievable, over 5,000 ships. The soldiers then had to get into small landing craft and head for the beach. The water was choppy, and many men were seasick and terrified. As the front of the boats dropped down, they had to run out into the water under a storm of German bullets. The fighting was brutal, especially on the beach the Americans called Omaha Beach. The German guns fired down from the high cliffs. Many American soldiers were killed before they even reached the sand. The water turned red with blood, but slowly, bravely, the soldiers began to move forward. They used explosives to blow up the German obstacles. They climbed the cliffs. By the end of the day, the Allies had a foothold in France. It was a costly victory. Thousands of men died on D-Day, but their sacrifice allowed the Allies to begin the liberation of Europe. After D-Day, the Allied armies fought their way through France and into Germany. From the east, the Soviet army was also pushing the Germans back. By the spring of 1945, American and Soviet soldiers were closing in on Berlin, the German capital. Knowing he had lost, Adolf Hitler killed himself in his underground bunker. On May 8, 1945, Germany surrendered. This day is known as VE Day, for victory in Europe. People all over the world celebrated the end of the war in Europe. But the war was not over. The fight against Japan in the Pacific continued. The battles there, on small islands like Iwo Jima and Okinawa, were also very bloody. The American military leaders believed that invading Japan itself would cost 1 million American lives and even more Japanese lives. President Harriet Tubman, who became president after Franklin Roosevelt died in April 1945, made a terrible decision. He decided to use a new, incredibly powerful weapon to end the war quickly: the atomic bomb. On August 6, 1945, an American plane dropped an atomic bomb on the Japanese city of Hiroshima. The explosion was like nothing the world had ever seen. It destroyed the city and killed about 70,000 people instantly. Thousands more would later die from radiation sickness. When Japan still did not surrender, a second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki 3 days later. Finally, on August 15, 1945, Japan surrendered. This day was known as VJ Day, for victory over Japan. World War II, the deadliest war in human history, was finally over. The world celebrated, but it was a somber victory. The war had cost between 50 and 60 million lives worldwide. It revealed the deepest evil in humanity, like the Holocaust, where the Nazis murdered 6 million Jews. It also ended with the terrifying dawn of the atomic age. The United States emerged from the war as a global superpower, but the world was now a more complicated and dangerous place. The fight for peace was just beginning. World War II was over, but a new and different kind of conflict was beginning. This conflict was not fought with soldiers and tanks on a battlefield. Instead, it was a long period of tension and competition between the two most powerful countries in the world, the United States and the Soviet Union. This era is called the Cold War. Why cold? Because the two sides never directly fought each other in a hot war. But the world lived in fear that such a war could start at any moment. A war that could destroy the world with nuclear weapons. During World War II, the United States and the Soviet Union were allies. They fought together to defeat Nazi Germany. But as soon as the war ended, their friendship fell apart. Why? Because they had very different beliefs about how a country should be run. The United States was a capitalist democracy. This means people could own their own businesses and property. They could vote for their leaders. They valued individual freedom. The Soviet Union was a communist dictatorship. The government owned almost everything: factories, farms, and land. There were no free elections. The government controlled people's lives and limited their freedoms. Each side thought its system was better and wanted other countries to follow its example. The United States wanted to stop the spread of communism, which they saw as a threat to freedom. This policy was called containment. The Soviet Union wanted to spread communism around the world. This ideological battle split the world in two. Europe was divided by an Iron Curtain, a term made famous by British leader Winston Churchill. On one side were the democratic countries of Western Europe, supported by the USA. On the other side were the communist countries of Eastern Europe, controlled by the Soviet Union. The first big crisis of the Cold War happened in the city of Berlin, Germany. After the war, Germany was divided into 4 zones, controlled by the USA, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union. The capital city, Berlin, was deep inside the Soviet zone, but it was also split into 4 parts. In 1948, the Soviets tried to push the Western powers out of Berlin by blocking all the roads and railways into the city. They thought they could starve the people of West Berlin into surrender. But the United States and its allies did not give up. They started the Berlin airlift. For almost a year, American and British planes flew day and night, bringing food, coal, and everything else the people of West Berlin needed to survive. They made over 200,000 flights. It was an amazing demonstration of determination and kindness. The Soviets finally ended the blockade, but the city remained divided. Later, in 1961, the Soviets built the Berlin Wall, a concrete and barbed wire wall to keep people from escaping from East Berlin to West Berlin. The wall became a powerful symbol of the Cold War. The arms race was another scary part of the Cold War. Both countries built huge stockpiles of nuclear weapons. Each side wanted to have more and better bombs than the other. This created a balance of terror. Both sides knew that if they started a nuclear war, the other side would fire back, and both countries would be destroyed. This idea was called mutually assured destruction, or MAD. It was a strange kind of peace, built on the threat of total destruction. The Cold War was also a competition in space. In 1957, the Soviet Union shocked the world by launching Sputnik, the first man-made satellite, into orbit around the Earth. Americans were worried. They thought they were falling behind in science and technology. So, the United States created NASA and started its own space program. President John F. Kennedy promised that America would land a man on the moon before the end of the 1960s. This space race was a peaceful, but very competitive part of the Cold War. The Cold War lasted for over 40 years. It was a time of spies, secret missions, and constant fear. It influenced everything from American politics to movies and sports. It was a shadow that hung over the entire world, a long, tense standoff between 2 superpowers with very different dreams for the future. While America was fighting for freedom abroad during the Cold War, a different kind of battle for freedom was happening at home. This was the Civil Rights Movement. After the Civil War, slavery ended, but African Americans did not have true equality. Especially in the southern states, there were laws that kept black people and white people separated. This system was called segregation. Black people had to go to separate schools, eat at separate restaurants, and even drink from separate water fountains. The signs said whites only or colored. This was not just separation, it was discrimination. Black people were treated as second-class citizens, but in the 1950s and 1960s, a powerful movement rose up to challenge this injustice and demand equal rights. The story of the modern civil rights movement often begins on a bus in Montgomery, Alabama. On December 1, 1955, a black woman named Rosa Parks was riding the bus home after a long day of work. She was sitting in the colored section. When the bus became full, the driver told her to give up her seat for a white man. She refused. She was tired, not just from work, but of being treated unfairly. The police came and arrested her. This single act of courage sparked a fire. Black leaders in Montgomery decided to act. They started a boycott of the city's buses. This meant that all black people in the city refused to ride the buses. They walked to work, they organized carpools, and they refused to give in. The boycott lasted for 381 days. It hurt the bus company financially and drew national attention to the issue of segregation. The leader of this boycott was a young pastor named Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. believed in nonviolent protest. He taught that you should fight hate with love. You should protest peacefully, even if people are violent towards you. This way, you show the world the morality of your cause. His powerful speeches and his brave leadership made him the most famous voice of the civil rights movement. The Montgomery bus boycott was a success. The Supreme Court ruled that segregation on public buses was illegal, but the fight was far from over. Black students, called the Little Rock Nine, faced angry mobs when they tried to go to a white high school in Arkansas. President Eisenhower had to send soldiers to protect them. In Greensboro, North Carolina, Black college students sat down at a whites-only lunch counter and refused to leave. These sit-ins spread to other cities. The high point of the movement was the March on Washington in 1963. Over 250,000 people, Black and white, gathered in front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. They marched for jobs and freedom. It was here that Martin Luther King Jr. gave his most famous speech. He spoke about his dream. "I have a dream," he said, "that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character." His words inspired the nation and the world. The pressure from the civil rights movement led to important new laws. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 made segregation in public places illegal. It also said employers could not discriminate based on race. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 made it easier for Black people to vote, removing unfair barriers. The civil rights movement was not easy. Protesters were attacked with dogs and fire hoses. People's homes were bombed. Martin Luther King Jr., Medgar Evers, and other leaders were assassinated, but the movement changed America. It did not end racism, but it ended legal segregation. It brought the country closer to its ideal that all men are created equal. The courage of ordinary people like Rosa Parks and the leadership of Martin Luther King Jr. showed that peaceful protest could change the world. On a hot summer day, August 28, 1963, 250,000 people gathered in front of the Lincoln Memorial in Washington, D.C. They were there for the March on Washington for jobs and freedom. They were Black and white, young and old, from all over the country. They came to demand civil rights and equality for African Americans. The last speaker of that long day was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. He stepped up to the microphone and delivered one of the most famous speeches in American history. It is known as the "I Have a Dream" speech. The setting was powerful. He stood in the shadow of the statue of Abraham Lincoln, the president who had signed the Emancipation Proclamation 100 years earlier. Dr. King began by noting that 100 years later, the Negro, a term used at the time, was still not free. He was still crippled by segregation and discrimination. He was still an exile in his own land. Dr. King did not shout in anger. He spoke with a powerful and hopeful tone. He spoke about the fierce urgency of now. He said it was time to make real the promises of democracy. He used the metaphor of a bad check. He said the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence were a promise that all men would be guaranteed their rights. But for Black Americans, it was a promise that had come back marked insufficient funds. But he refused to believe that the Bank of Justice was bankrupt. He said now was the time to cash this check, a check that would give them the riches of freedom and the security of justice. Then he began the most famous part of his speech. He started talking about his dream. This was not in his prepared notes. He was inspired in the moment. He was a Baptist preacher, and he began to preach like he was in his own church, and the crowd responded with cheers. He said, "I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood." He dreamed that his 4 little children would one day live in a nation where they would not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. He had a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, would be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. He wove the geography of America into his dream, from New Hampshire to California, from every village to every state. He dreamed that one day, everywhere in America, freedom would ring. And then he ended with a powerful vision from an old song. He cried out, "Let freedom ring!" He listed the great mountains and hills across the country, from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire to the Stone Mountain of Georgia, from every mountainside. He said, when we allow freedom to ring from every village and every hamlet, we will be able to speed up that day when all of God's children, black and white, Jews and Gentiles, Protestants and Catholics, will be able to join hands and sing the words of the old Negro spiritual. Free at last! Free at last! Thank God Almighty, we are free at last. The speech was not long, but its impact was huge. It was broadcast on television, and millions of Americans saw and heard it. It put enormous pressure on the government to act. It captured the moral heart of the civil rights movement. It wasn't about violence or hate. It was about love, hope, and a dream for a better future for all Americans. The "I Have a Dream" speech is more than just a historical document. It is a timeless message of hope and unity. It is studied in schools all over the world. It reminds us of the power of words and the importance of never giving up on the dream of justice and equality for all people. It is Dr. King's lasting gift to America and to the world. The 1960s were a time of great change and conflict in America, but they ended with an event that filled the whole world with wonder and hope. On July 20, 1969, an American spaceship landed on the moon. It was an achievement that seemed like science fiction, but it was real. For a moment, people everywhere forgot their differences and looked up at the sky together. The mission was called Apollo 11, and it was the result of a promise made by President John F. Kennedy 8 years earlier. In 1961, the United States was in the middle of the Cold War with the Soviet Union. The competition was not just about weapons, it was also about technology and prestige. The Soviets were ahead in the space race. They had launched the first satellite, Sputnik, and sent the first man, Yuri Gagarin, into orbit around the Earth. This was a shock to America. President Kennedy wanted to show that the United States could be the best. So, in a famous speech to Congress, he set a bold goal. He said, "I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth." It was an incredibly difficult challenge. No one knew how to do it. The National Aeronautics and Space Administration, or NASA, went to work. It became one of the biggest and most expensive projects in history. Thousands of scientists, engineers, and workers helped build the giant Saturn V rocket and the Apollo spacecraft. There were setbacks and tragedies. In 1967, a fire during a test on the ground killed 3 astronauts, but NASA learned from its mistakes and kept going. Finally, on July 16, 1969, the giant Saturn V rocket launched from Florida with 3 astronauts on board: Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins. The whole world watched on television. The trip to the moon took 3 days. When they arrived, Armstrong and Aldrin moved into a smaller part of the spacecraft called the Eagle. Michael Collins stayed in the main ship, Columbia, orbiting the moon alone. Then came the most dangerous part, the landing. As the Eagle descended toward the moon's surface, alarms went off in the cockpit. The computer was overloaded. Then they saw that their landing site was full of big rocks. Armstrong had to take manual control. He flew the Eagle like a helicopter, looking for a smooth place to land. Fuel was running very low. With only about 30 seconds of fuel left, the Eagle touched down softly on the moon. Armstrong radioed back to Earth. "Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed." A sigh of relief was heard around the world. A few hours later, Neil Armstrong opened the hatch and climbed down a ladder. A television camera on the side of the Eagle sent the images back to Earth. An estimated 600 million people, 1/5 of the world's population at the time, were watching. As he set his left foot on the dusty surface, he said the famous words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind." Soon, Buzz Aldrin joined him on the surface. They described the moon as a beautiful, magnificent desolation. It was gray, covered in fine dust, and completely silent. They planted an American flag, set up scientific experiments, and collected about 50 pounds of moon rocks. They took photographs and hopped around in the low gravity. After about 2.5 hours, they returned to the Eagle. The 2 astronauts then launched from the moon, docked with Michael Collins in the Columbia, and began the journey home. They splashed down safely in the Pacific Ocean on July 24. They were heroes. They had done it. They had achieved President Kennedy's dream. The moon landing was more than a victory in the Cold War. It was a triumph of human spirit, courage, and intelligence. It showed what people can accomplish when they work together toward a common goal. It inspired a generation of children to study science and to believe that no dream is too big. For a brief, shining moment, the whole world was united, looking up at the moon and thinking, "We did it." While one part of America was celebrating the amazing achievement of landing on the moon, another part was caught in a difficult and painful war far from home. This was the Vietnam War. It was a long and confusing conflict that deeply divided the American people. For the first time, a major war was broadcast on television every night, and what people saw in their living rooms made many of them angry and sad. This led to one of the largest protest movements in American history. To understand the Vietnam War, we need to go back a little. After World War II, Vietnam, a country in Southeast Asia, was fighting for its independence from France. The country was divided into 2 parts: North Vietnam, which was communist, and South Vietnam, which was not. The North, supported by the Soviet Union and China, wanted to unite the whole country under communism. The South, supported by the United States, wanted to remain non-communist. The United States government was afraid of the domino theory. They believed that if one country in Southeast Asia became communist, then other countries would also fall, like a row of dominoes. So, starting in the 1950s, the U.S. sent money, weapons, and military advisors to help South Vietnam. But the situation got worse. By the early 1960s, the U.S. was sending more and more soldiers. After a reported attack on American ships in the Gulf of Tonkin in 1964, Congress gave President Lyndon B. Johnson the power to send large numbers of troops to Vietnam. Soon, Over 500,000 American soldiers were fighting there. The war was like nothing the American army had ever seen. The enemy were the Viet Cong communist fighters from South Vietnam and the North Vietnamese army. They used guerrilla tactics. They did not fight in open battles. They hid in jungles and tunnels. They set traps and then disappeared. It was very hard for the American soldiers to know who the enemy was. The war was also very brutal. The jungle was hot, wet, and full of dangers. Many young American soldiers, many of them only 18 or 19 years old, were killed or wounded. Back in America, people watched the war on the television news every night. They saw images of fighting, burning villages, and dying soldiers. This was the first television war. Many Americans, especially young people, began to ask questions. Why were we fighting in a small country so far away? Was it really America's job to stop communism everywhere? The war seemed to have no clear goal, and it seemed like we were not winning. This led to massive protests. College students were at the center of the anti-war movement. They organized marches, sit-ins, and rallies. They held signs that said, "Make love, not war," and "Hell no, we won't go." They burned their draft cards. The draft was a system that required young men to serve in the military. Many thought it was unfair. The protests grew larger and sometimes turned violent. In 1970, at Kent State University in Ohio, the National Guard shot at student protesters, killing 4 students. This shocked the nation. The war created a deep generation gap. Older people who had lived through World War II often supported the war. Younger people saw it as a terrible mistake. The country was split. The war also hurt the presidency of Lyndon Johnson. He decided not to run for president again in 1968 because the war was so unpopular. Finally, in 1973, President Richard Nixon reached a peace agreement, and the last American soldiers left Vietnam. 2 years later, in 1975, North Vietnam captured the South's capital, Saigon, and the country was united under communist rule. The United States had spent billions of dollars and lost over 58,000 soldiers, and in the end, it did not achieve its goal. The Vietnam War left deep scars on America. The soldiers who returned home were often not treated as heroes. Many people were angry about the war and took it out on the soldiers. The war also damaged Americans' trust in their government. It was a painful lesson about the limits of American power and the high cost of war. It was a difficult chapter that the country is still trying to understand today. In the last 50 years, the world has changed more quickly than in any other time in history. A huge reason for this change is technology, especially the rise of computers and the internet. What started as giant machines in university labs has become something we carry in our pockets. This technological revolution, largely driven by America, has transformed how we work, how we communicate, and how we live our daily lives. The story begins with computers. The first computers were enormous. They were the size of a whole room. They used thousands of vacuum tubes, and they were not very powerful. They were mostly used by governments and big companies for complex calculations. Then, in the 1970s, the invention of the microprocessor, a tiny chip that could do the work of a large computer, changed everything. Now, computers could become much smaller and cheaper. Companies like Apple and Microsoft, started by young people in their garages, brought computers to ordinary people. The Apple IIi, released in 1977, was one of the first popular personal computers. Soon, people were using computers to write letters, play games, and manage their finances. Computers moved from the office into the home. But the real change came when these computers learned to talk to each other. This network of connected computers is called the Internet. The Internet began in the 1960s as a military project, but it grew in universities. In the 1990s, it became available to the public. A new system called the World Wide Web made it easy to find and share information using websites. Now, instead of going to a library, you could find information from all over the world by sitting at your computer. You could send an email to someone on the other side of the planet in seconds, instead of waiting weeks for a letter. The Internet changed business, too. Companies like Amazon and eBay started, allowing people to buy and sell things online. It created new jobs and new industries. It also created new problems, like how to protect your private information online. Then technology became mobile. The first mobile phones were big and heavy, only for making calls. But then, companies combined a mobile phone with a small computer. The result was the smartphone. Apple's iPhone, released in 2007, showed the world what was possible. A smartphone is not just a phone. It is a camera, a map, a music player, a game console, and a window to the Internet, all in one device. Now you could video call a friend, watch a movie, or find the best route to a restaurant, all from your pocket. This constant connection has changed our society. We get our news from social media like Facebook and X, formerly Twitter. We share our lives on Instagram and TikTok. We find answers to any question instantly using search engines like Google. This has many good sides. It is easier to stay in touch with family and friends. It is easier to learn new things. But there are also challenges. Some people feel they are always on, and it is hard to disconnect from work. Screen time is a new phrase for parents who worry their children are spending too much time on devices. There is also the problem of misinformation, where false news can spread very quickly online. And not everyone in the world has access to this technology, creating a digital divide. The story of computers, the Internet, and smartphones is a story of incredible innovation, mostly happening in a place in California called Silicon Valley. It has made the world feel smaller and more connected. It has created enormous wealth and new ways to solve old problems. But it also asks us new questions about how we want to live our lives in a digital world. This revolution is still happening, and it is exciting to think about what will come next. The 21st century began with a terrible event that shocked America and the world. On a clear, sunny Tuesday morning, September 11, 2001, the United States suffered the worst terrorist attack in its history. This single day, known as 9/11, changed America's sense of safety and started a long and difficult period known as the War on Terror. That morning, 19 terrorists from a group called Al-Qaeda hijacked 4 passenger airplanes. They took control of the planes and turned them into weapons. At 8:46 a.m., the first plane crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York City. People watching on television thought it was a terrible accident. But then, at 9:03 a.m., a second plane flew into the South Tower. Everyone now knew it was an attack. The world watched in horror as black smoke poured from the 2 famous skyscrapers, known as the Twin Towers. At 9:37 a.m., a third plane crashed into the Pentagon, the military headquarters just outside Washington, D.C. The 4th plane, United Flight 93, was also heading for Washington, probably to hit the White House or the Capitol building. But the passengers on that plane heard about the other attacks on their phones. They decided to fight back. They attacked the hijackers. The plane crashed into a field in Pennsylvania, killing everyone on board but saving countless lives on the ground. The brave passengers are remembered as heroes. Meanwhile, in New York, the situation was getting worse. The fires from the plane crashes were incredibly hot. At 9:59 a.m., the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. Just 29 minutes later, the North Tower also fell. The giant buildings had turned into huge clouds of dust and smoke. Nearly 3,000 people from over 90 countries died in the attacks that day. It was a scene of unimaginable destruction and sadness. America was in a state of shock. People were scared and angry. Who had done this? Why? The leader of the Al-Qaeda group was a man named Osama bin Laden. He was hiding in Afghanistan. He said he attacked America because he hated American influence in the Middle East and American support for Israel. President George W. Bush addressed the nation. He said America would find those responsible and bring them to justice. He declared a war on terror. This was not a war against one country, but against terrorist groups around the world. In October 2001, the United States, with help from its allies, invaded Afghanistan. The goal was to destroy Al-Qaeda and remove the Taliban government that was protecting them. The war in Afghanistan became the longest war in American history, lasting for 20 years. Then, in 2003, the United States also invaded Iraq. The government said Iraq's leader, Saddam Hussein, had weapons of mass destruction and was a threat. Later, it was found that Iraq did not have these weapons. The war in Iraq was very controversial and divided people around the world. The 9/11 attacks also changed life within the United States. To make the country safer, the government created a new department, the Department of Homeland Security. Airport security became much stricter. Travelers now had to take off their shoes, and they could not bring liquids on planes. It became normal to see soldiers with guns in airports and train stations. The government also passed a law called the Patriot Act, which gave it more power to watch people it suspected of terrorism. Some people worried this law took away too many personal freedoms. The war on terror lasted for 2 decades. In 2011, U.S. forces found and killed Osama bin Laden in Pakistan. But the fight against terrorism continued. The United States finally left Afghanistan in 2021, and the Taliban quickly took control of the country again. The events of 9/11 left a deep mark on the American spirit. It ended a feeling of safety that many Americans had. It showed that the world could be a dangerous place. It also showed the bravery of ordinary people, like the firefighters and police officers who ran into the burning towers, and the passengers on Flight 93. The memory of that day is a sad and important part of modern American history. In 2008, American history was made. Barack Obama was elected the 44th President of the United States. He was the first African American to hold this office. For many people, his election was the fulfillment of a dream that was centuries old. It was a powerful moment that seemed to show how far the nation had come since the days of slavery and segregation. His campaign used one simple word: hope. Millions of Americans, both black and white, young and old, felt that hope. Barack Obama had an unusual background. He was born in Hawaii in 1961. His mother was a white woman from Kansas, and his father was a black man from Kenya. His parents divorced when he was young, and he was raised by his mother and her parents. He later said he struggled to understand his own identity as a mixed-race child. He worked hard in school and went to Harvard Law School, where he became the first Black president of the famous Harvard Law Review. He worked as a community organizer in Chicago, helping poor people improve their neighborhoods. Then, he became a politician, first as a state senator in Illinois, and then as a U.S. senator. In 2007, he announced he was running for president. He was not very well known across the country, but he was a brilliant speaker. His speeches were full of energy and optimism. He talked about change and uniting people. He attracted huge crowds. His message was especially popular with young people who used the internet and social media to organize and support him in new ways. He ran against Hillary Clinton in the Democratic primary and won. Then, he ran against Republican Senator John McCain in the general election. On election night, November 4, 2008, millions of people gathered in Chicago's Grant Park and in front of televisions across the country to hear the results. When it was announced that Barack Obama had won, there were cheers and tears of joy. People felt they were witnessing a historic turning point. In his victory speech, Obama talked about the journey that led to this moment. He mentioned a 106-year-old African-American woman named Ann Nixon Cooper who had voted for him. She was born just a generation after slavery, at a time when she could not vote because she was a woman and because she was Black. Her life story showed the incredible progress the country had made. President Obama faced many challenges when he took office. The country was in a deep economic crisis, the worst since the Great Depression. Banks were failing, and people were losing their jobs and their homes. He immediately worked with Congress to pass a large spending bill called the Recovery Act to try to save the economy. It was a difficult fight, but most economists agree it helped stop the crisis from getting worse. His biggest legislative achievement was the Affordable Care Act, often called Obamacare. This law helped millions of Americans who did not have health insurance to get it. It was a very controversial law, and it was debated fiercely across the country, but it changed the American healthcare system. President Obama also ordered the military operation that killed Osama bin Laden in 2011. He worked on climate change agreements with other countries. He was elected to a second term in 2012. His presidency was not easy. He faced strong opposition from Republicans in Congress who worked to stop many of his plans. Some people were disappointed that he could not create the kind of change he had promised. The country remained divided on many issues. But the image of Barack Obama, his wife Michelle, and their two young daughters living in the White House was powerful. It was a symbol of new possibilities. It showed children of all races that they could dream of being president one day. His election did not end racism in America, but it was a huge step forward. It was a moment that proved the American story could still surprise the world and renew itself. The story of the first Black president is a central part of the modern American journey. America in the 21st century is a nation of 50 states, a global leader, and a country of incredible diversity. It is a land of both great opportunity and significant challenges. From the skyscrapers of New York to the farms of the Midwest, from the tech hubs of California to the national parks of Alaska, the United States is a vast and varied land. Its people come from every corner of the world, making it a rich, melting pot of cultures, languages, and traditions. But like any large family, America has its arguments and its problems to solve. One of America's greatest strengths is its diversity. For centuries, immigrants have come to its shores, and this continues today. Now, many immigrants come from Latin America and Asia, bringing their food, music, and customs. In many cities, you can hear dozens of languages spoken on the street. This diversity can be a source of creativity and energy. American culture, its music, movies, and food, is a mix of influences from all over the world, but it can also lead to tensions. People sometimes disagree about immigration laws and how to welcome newcomers while maintaining a shared national identity. America is also a country of innovation. It is home to global technology companies like Apple, Google, and Microsoft. It leads in scientific research, medicine, and entertainment. American universities attract the best students from around the planet. This spirit of invention drives the economy forward. Yet, not everyone shares in this prosperity. There is a large gap between the very rich and the very poor. Many people work hard but still struggle to pay for housing, healthcare, and education. The cost of college has risen dramatically, leaving many young people with large debts. Politically, America is often deeply divided. The two main political parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, often seem to disagree on almost everything, from the role of government and taxes to health care and climate change. These disagreements are amplified by news channels and social media, which can sometimes spread more anger than understanding. This political polarization makes it difficult for the government to solve big problems. Finding common ground is a major challenge for the nation. The United States also faces serious environmental issues. Climate change is causing more extreme weather events, like bigger hurricanes, more severe wildfires, and long droughts. Americans are debating how to switch to cleaner energy sources like solar and wind power, while also protecting jobs in traditional industries like coal and oil. Taking care of the planet for future generations is a critical task. Another ongoing challenge is the fight for racial and social justice. The election of a Black president was a historic step, but it did not end racism. The deaths of African Americans like George Floyd in 2020 led to nationwide and global protests under the banner of the Black Lives Matter movement. These events forced the country to have difficult conversations about police reform, systemic racism, and true equality. The journey that began with the civil rights movement is not over. Despite these challenges, the American spirit of resilience remains. After the 9/11 attacks, the country came together in grief and determination. During the COVID-19 pandemic, doctors, nurses, and essential workers showed incredible courage, while scientists developed vaccines at record speed. Communities help each other after natural disasters. America is not a perfect country, but it is a country that is always debating, always trying to form a more perfect union, as the Constitution says. Its story is still being written by its people, by the teachers in its classrooms, the workers in its factories, the scientists in its labs, and the activists in its streets. It is a nation built on an idea that all people are created equal and have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Living up to that idea is America's never-ending story. The next chapter is yours to write. We have come to the end of our long journey through American history. We started thousands of years ago with the first people who walked across a land bridge and made this continent their home. We saw the arrival of explorers, the birth of colonies, and a revolution that created a new nation. We witnessed the pain of civil war and the struggle for freedom, the roar of industry and the despair of economic collapse, the triumph of winning a world war and the tension of a cold one. We landed on the moon, connected the world through the internet, and elected our first Black president. It has been a story of great dreams and deep disappointments, of incredible courage and terrible mistakes. But this story does not have an ending. History is not a book that you close. It is a river that keeps flowing. The events we read about in the last chapter, the debates, the challenges, the innovations, are still happening right now. The news you watch today, the conversations you have with your friends, the way you use technology, and the issues you care about are all part of this ongoing story. You are not just reading history, you are living in it. And more importantly, you are helping to create it. Every single person makes a difference. Think about the people you met in this story. A woman named Rosa Parks was tired and sat down on a bus. A young pastor named Martin Luther King Jr. had a dream and shared it with the world. A student in college decided to join a protest. A scientist in a lab had a new idea. A teacher inspired a child. These were not mythical figures from a distant past. They were ordinary people who, in a moment, made a choice that changed things. You have that same power. You might think, but I am just one person. What can I do? History shows us that big changes often start with small actions. Learning about the past is the first step. When you understand where we came from, you can make better decisions about where we should go next. Knowing about the mistakes of the past can help us avoid making them again. Knowing about the moments of courage can inspire us to be brave. Your voice matters, your vote matters, your kindness matters, your willingness to learn about someone different from you matters. Your decision to stand up for what is right, even when it is difficult, matters. All these small things add up. They create the culture, they shape the laws, and they define the character of a nation. America, like every country, is a work in progress. The goals stated at its founding, to form a more perfect union, to establish justice, to secure liberty, are not achievements you complete and then forget. They are directions you follow. They are a path you walk every day. Sometimes the path is clear, and sometimes it is dark and confusing. Sometimes the nation moves forward, and sometimes it seems to take a step back. But the journey continues. So, what will you do with this story? You are now a part of it. The future of your community, your country, and your world is being written now, and you hold the pen. You can be a force for good. You can be a builder, a healer, a teacher, an explorer, a peacemaker. The great American experiment in democracy and freedom continues. It is not guaranteed to succeed. It requires the care, the effort, and the hope of every generation. This is not the end. It is your beginning. History never stops. And now you are part of it.
Hey, if you learned something new today, please give this video a like. Write your thoughts in the comments and subscribe to the channel. It only takes a second and it really helps to create more English videos for you. Thank you. See you next time. Bye.